I could get in a vent. Wait, there's a ladder literally right here, and we just brought a chair over.
Just kind of moving shit around.
Oh yeah, the chaos strategy. Now that's chaos. Yeah, classic locked door situation. My guess is the boss would have the key.
Is there gonna be some twist where the boss is like a dog or some shit? You help me out? You hold that there?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna try and...
Go ahead. You want them to look where you've caused chaos. This does feel like maybe a spotlight on this room.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm probably not gonna actually hide in here.
Oh.
Are you just stapling my fucking walls?
Oh, yeah.
I was told I was allowed to do whatever was necessary.
I didn't try and stop you.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
All right, so I'm seeing strategies form. Maybe you're thinking of going into impossible to reach places. I'm hearing rumors of door locks and misdirection.
And bathrooms and tummy time troubles.
But, well, of course, we don't know who the boss is yet. We'll see that in a moment.
Okay, I see.
Here's the thing.
What's the thing?
I'm going in the fridge.
You're going in the fridge.
But the problem with the fridge is that when I take all of this stuff out of the fridge, it'll be very visible.
So how about that? I will take the stuff out of the fridge.
Yeah.
And I will hide the stuff.
Well, that would be great.
If I am under the desk and he guesses I'm under the desk, great, he's won. But if I'm under that pile of boxes and he guesses under the desk,
You would say that, hey, you've remained hidden.
exactly.
I think I can fit in there.
I think it's not strong. I think it's made out of aluminum.
I don't think this has been cleaned.
We need to physically barricade the door. Oh boy, that's heavy. It's good that it's heavy.
All right, easy. Yeah.
Oh, it's cozy.
Easy.
All right, you feel good in there?
Yeah.
Can I fit in here? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? But that's gonna work. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, but it's like I just don't see anything better.
Okay, this dog is now a human. I'm gonna do this. I think he'll think I am under here, but I am actually gonna be. Does this look good?
Duck down. It's kind of moving.
What about now?
Yeah, it looks good.
Oh my god, this is actually so scary. Whoa, it's really windy.
Careful. Be very careful. You're gonna break the ceiling and you're gonna fall on me.
I really hope your landlord doesn't see this.
Dude, I really hope our insurance company
Yeah,
doesn't
we
see
can't.
this.
Yeah, they can't air this. Everything cracked. It was terrifying. It's not a good situation. It's
We're
not
gonna
a good
get kicked.
situation.
This is
at
our
all.
last episode of Unpaid Intern ever, by the way. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna get kicked out of that office.
The first thing that
Yeah,
the first
me.
thing you told us
Yeah.
when we went in there is
No
that we
ceiling.
can break stuff.
I did say you can break stuff.
Any
yeah.
means necessary.
You got a little confident telling them that.
Yeah.
These folks take that literally.
They did. It was the wrong
They'll just
group.
break shit on purpose.
I was told I wasn't allowed to go into the ceiling.
I was also, I believe.
We'll get to that in a moment. This is where we were talking earlier about how this is going to be contentious. We don't need to hold the damn bosses.
Put the grate up.
Dude, this is absurd. I'm gonna close this.
Okay.
Are you gonna be warm in there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the boss. All right, are you locking in?
I think so.
I'm gonna get the boss.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get you when it's over. Or he finds you. Boss is coming. All right, the boss is coming. You better look out. All right, Caleb, where do you think he is?
There.
You think he's in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cutest kid in the world.
Well,
matching outfits.
This is a classic on Unpaid Intern. We like to really prove that someone's qualified by seeing if they're better than a child. That's a good starting spot.
I'm curious, how much do child extras cost relative to adults?
The child workers are free.
Yes.
They enjoy it. They enjoy the work. They enjoy the minds. They yearn for
Okay.
it. Thank you for the question.
Oh no. Oh, something stopping you? Do you think you can fit, boss? You can fit? You think he's in here?
I think I know.
No, no one in the barrel. Is there something under there?
Nope. That's
Nothing
the
under there?
statue of a wolf.
So he's not in here, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fix the barricade.
Uh-oh! I can't fit, so it's only you. What's going on back there?
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm a camera person. This is my.
I will tell you, it worked on Caleb. Caleb immediately was like, oh yeah, and then just walked away.
Wait, no.
Yeah, I mean, we had to edit around it. But yeah, I mean, Caleb believed almost anything you told him. Yeah.
I'm not the person.
Boss, I think he's lying to you.
Are we allowed to gaslight children?
That's what Ludwig does for a living.
Oh, okay.
Refrigerator death by suffocation.
I mean, you should know if you're in a refrigerator. You don't want to go in with no information.
You'd be shocked by how quickly people die in refrigerators, which is something I learned in that refrigerator.
So you stay on the ground.
Okay.
I'll go on the table.
Anyone on top of the fridge?
Nope.
Nothing up there?
Well, the hat looks kind of Cappy from Mario Odyssey.
It does look like Cappy from Mario Odyssey.
I'm just trying to open this to let oxygen in. I have about 10 minutes in here.
10 minutes!
10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what it said. That's what the internet said.
You would die. You'll die if that kid doesn't find you.
Well, yeah.
Hiding in that trash can.
In the trash can?
I have to put my head in there.
Okay, well maybe. Was he in there?
Nope, it's too dark.
Not in the trash can, too dark in there. Where do you think they could be? No way, in the fridge? Got him!
Okay, now my turn to hide. Close your eyes.
I'm gonna close the fridge. Okay, you ready?
Dance! What? I didn't know about the 10-minute thing.
You put a kid in a fridge!
How was I supposed to know? He said 6 hours.
Absolutely cannot put a child in a fridge when they can only live 10 minutes
He's in there for 5 seconds.
I would like to say that, for starters, it's crazy that you did it on the day, but to leave it in the cut, that you could have gotten rid of it.
His parents were there.
To the parents of that child, if you would like to press charges, I will join you. I'm down to pay for the lawyer fees. Let's get back to it, baby.
Got him!
Did I have the best hiding spot?
Too easy.
Too easy. Too easy.
He's a real professional. Is he gonna put in a good word for me?
You think there's one in here? Oh, they locked it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I don't think it's working, Caleb.
Locked.
That was locked too? The person hiding locked all the doors. The llama. Caleb, I think we tell the hider to come out.
Okay.
Okay? Come on out. If you're in there, it's time to come out. There he is.
Yep.
He got us.
You can come out now. You won.
That was the hider.
And who's in here?
No one's in there. Tell the hider good job.
Good job.
I don't think Caleb really was vibing with
So
it.
just to clarify what happened there, you locked all of the doors.
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know how clear this is, is that I realized that the way that the locks were built is that you could just hit the lock on the door and slam it behind you and it would lock.
It's an old office.
Yeah, so when you ask Stans about, oh, well, could I lock the doors? His line is like, well, I think the boss might
The boss would have the
keys.
key.
Right, but so I figured, well, if the boss has keys, I'll lock every door, so at a minimum, they'll waste time
Finding the right key.
trying to find the right key to get in each of the doors until they eventually get into
Like
mine.
a janitor with 99 keys.
Yeah.
And then it turned out that that the boss didn't have the keys. But I also, again, will say...
It turned out, to be fair, no one had the keys. The owner of the building didn't have keys. They had to drive home, production at a halt for an hour.
It is true. Production did stop for an hour after that.
So we didn't have the keys.
We did not have any
so
keys.
the jump cut there was because we quickly realized we didn't have the keys.
Well, not only that, because once he came out of that room, the problem was the other rooms with no one in them that could unlock. So we were in an office with doors all closed and locked, could not do anything.
And I had asked if I could do this, and I was told that I could.
Yeah, this one went off the rails.
So I guess I'm just gonna be here for the next 20 minutes.
Wait, I'm gonna hide in the barrel.
Well, you can't hide yet. We're still looking for people.
Yeah.
Anything in there?
Nope, that's the junk food.
I've always wanted to be inside one of these things. See what happens on the inside of the house, you know?
It's locked.
Yeah, it is locked, isn't it? Maybe not in there, huh? Oh, you found a clue?
Yeah.
What is it?
A golf ball.
A golf ball? Maybe that means to come check over here.
How's this for commitment? Ludwig?
Anyone under there?
Wait, I know. The golf ball says it's over here. Nope.
All right, Caleb, here's the deal. I don't think we can find anyone.
Me too.
I know. Good try. Can I get a handshake? Thanks for coming into work today.
Wow. All right, you went unfound.
Well, two people went unfound.
Two people went unfound.
Yeah.
And one of them used a locked door.
One of them was told that he was not allowed
Because when
to go in the
Michelle
ceiling.
got in there, she's up there, we're going, and I'm like, I don't like this, I feel uncomfortable. I'm tapping Michelle's foot. Michelle, are you okay in there? Nothing. Dead silence.
This
feet there.
competition is a total
We had to
sham.
literally
Yeah,
pull
you
her
said I
out by
couldn't
her
go
feet.
in
You
the
also don't
bathroom?
accommodate for people of different sizes. I can't fit in a fridge. I'm too tall.
I
I'm
think
too
you
tall for
should
the fridge.
fire Stans.
I actually think that makes the most sense as we fire Stan.
I don't think it does.
It's wise in a way.
It's not
I
wise in a
wouldn't
way.
mind another person next to me.
Why is that?
I'm just thinking out loud. All right. So we have 4 people, 2 who were not found. Okay.
2 who are technically not found.
2 NFs.
Yeah.
And then what were the times for the two found people?
They were in the order of which they were seen.
So Sam was found first.
Correct.
Quite quickly, in fact.
That was about 10 minutes. And I would say Ben's was probably about 15 minutes.
Ben, wow. And if he had not opened that fridge,
he would be dead right now.
There were two rules that were made. One, you cannot go in the ceiling.
That was made after. She was the first.
And so you wanted to go in the ceiling?
Everyone wanted to go in the ceiling. Everyone wanted to go in the ceiling.
So she went first.
She went first. She was allowed to go in the ceiling, broke a bunch of stuff, and it was scary. Thought she was going to die. And we said, we can't have 4 ceilings.
So I'd like to say that actually I managed to not get found even with the added restriction of no ceiling.
And then we had to create the no lock doors.
He caused building destruction.
And you wanted to lock doors?
Look, I think it's fine. I just would like stands to be fired.
I agree.
Do we all agree that stands should be fired?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
all right, fire stands. No, this is good. This is good. This. Hey.
I'm free!
Okay, I need to award points, and this is going to be very easy to do.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad, because I was worried.
I'm going to give... Fuck! This is hard stands.
Yeah, I know.
I would also add that I don't know
Michelle.
if any...
No.
Okay.
It's not the time or place.
It's not the time. I am going to give 4 points to Michelle.
Okay.
I think that is fair. Having stuck up there for that long was impressive.
Thank you.
Showed commitment, and the kid just truly didn't find you. I'm going to give 3 points. Now, let me think about this.
Think about it.
I'm going to 3 points to Adam.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
Because I liked your diversions, but you don't get the full 4 points because you used locked doors.
Even though I was told that I was allowed to use locked doors?
Of course. It's just cheap.
Just for what it's worth. And I'm fine with the 3 points, but I just want to clarify for the people at home. My plan wasn't that if I lock the door, they'll never get in there.
was
My
just slow 'em
plan
down.
was
Yeah, it was to
it'll
slow 'em down.
slow them all
No,
down.
I totally understood. I'm awarding another 3 points to Ben. Because he wanted to use locked doors, couldn't, but I like the strategy and I like putting his life on the line. That is a 3 point for me. Okay? Finally, Sam. And I know what you're going to say. 2 points.
That sounds
This is
correct to
some
me.
bullshit.
It's just like job 1.
He's walking
He's walking off. He's walking.
He's walking.
He's pulling a slide.
I don't play unfair games. I was sabotaged.
I'm giving you 2 points because a child was able to tell what room you were in within 15 seconds.
And I successfully gaslit a kid, which is the core of your business model.
Is
Well,
the core of your business model.
If you'd sit down,
I think you should deduct a point because I feel unsafe.
it's
And I
2
think you should fire
points.
stands.
It's
We
we
really
all
need... Where
agree
is
Stan's
HR?
getting fired. Sam, it's 2 points, but you might remember earlier I said I'd give you a bonus point. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
I didn't say it haphazardly. I said I'd give you a bonus point for gaslighting a child. I will stick to my word. That gives you a grand total of 3 points, which means it's 3, 3, 3, and Michelle 4.
Oh, wait, actually, I want a bonus point. My shirt was entirely soaked through that whole time, and so I was really cold.
You know what? There's a chance you might win an extra point. It won't be from hide and seek, but it might be from a secret job.
Secret job. Job number 4 that we filmed and that we are ready to roll.
I'm gonna get this fucking job over you.
I figure we're sort of a package deal
No,
now.
on this, yeah, I guess on this one.
Do you want to?
No.
Okay. The two of you must memorize and sing the Okai How Express uninterrupted. If you make any mistakes, you must start from the beginning. I believe in you guys. This is your moment of redemption.
This is just Ludwig shamelessly stealing our content.
How long did it take you the first time you did it?
45 minutes.
Ooh, that's not great, but I think you can beat that.
Now this brings me back. This brings me back. Now, if you're not an avid jet lag fan, which you should be.
Yeah, you're wrong if you're not.
This is the Okai How Express,
That's correct.
which is a symbolic song of the Okai How Express, based
The
in
rail tunnel, yeah.
It's Australia, New Zealand?
It's in New Zealand.
New
Yeah.
Zealand, of course. The Kiwis made that. Yep. And there's a song, and you have to alternate singing every single word of the song.
We don't have to alternate. We sing it together.
That's
They're
not a
singing
thing
together.
at all.
Oh, is it just singing it together?
We sing it together.
And you did that bad. It's 45 minutes, right?
Well, here's the thing, is getting every single word right is very difficult because it's a really strange song that just is, every sentence is worded in a weird way.
It's a bit nonsensical.
And so, like, a lot of the times that you fail, it's when you say, you say like instead of as or something. It's very small
miss up one
things.
word, you gotta restart the
Exactly.
whole thing.
Yeah.
And famously on Jet Lag, the series, it took you 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes, yeah. There's a lot of footage of us kind of going insane trying to learn it.
And today is a web redemption.
Oh, wait, are you just ripping this off from Tosh?
I don't know what that name is.
I think I can pull up the DM that's like, hey, let's do the Tosh thing. Web redemption.
I've never heard of this guy.
How about we
Daniel,
just watch
the footage.
Look at me, because we're gonna communicate with our eyes. Okay, here we go.
I got the first line.
She starts out from Oteria, the smallest.
That's absolutely a restart.
She was going round the bend, doing 10 miles an hour. The whistle.
Oh!
I know it's a piece of machinery. She stops at Lake Gomapare to take some water in. This is the Okai-Hao Express. The fireman takes a bucket. The driver.
No, he had it.
That was not a the.
Why'd you stop? It is the. He said the.
He had a stroke. He went.
The fireman.
You just fucked us up.
There's no universal law.
Hold up. I think you're right. I'll go for a replay.
Except
here.
You wrote out.
There's
you
no
fireman.
universal
I don't know
law
that's what he
except
said.
I don't know anything.
Shut the.
There was some animosity by this point. I will say Adam and Ben took this very differently. Adam was kind of like the conductor, really wanted to pull the best out of his
That's
student.
the craziest freeze frame I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You look like a madman. You look like you're gonna kill him.
He was mad.
There's no universal law accepting that the.
She starts out from.
Okay, Ben.
Hold on. I was mad. Press an engine and a guard.
I actually fucked up. I started to say the.
Honestly, they scared me into saying something that time.
The whistle began to shriek. Well, she
Caught that. Ben, she fucking caught the bull in the middle of the brisket.
The best part was Adam creating a shorthand where he would look at Ben and do like,
I do like the whistle.
or like hitting the table for the right one. It's
the
so
engine
funny.
smelled of steak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like driving the Okai Express.
Yeah. I see it. I see the vision here.
But no one knows the difference when they're dripping from the rack, riding the Okai Express. Oh. She does stop at Lake Omapere. If you recall that she stops at Lake Omapere.
Dude, the vibes when Ben gets it wrong are so much different when Adam gets it wrong.
Adam's like, oopsie.
Yeah.
Well, she caught that bull in the middle of the brisket, Ben. An engine, Ben? It's an engine and a
That
bird.
he got distracted with my tube.
I want you to stand in the corner.
I'm happy to stand in the corner.
Oh, Kaihau to Oteria, it's just a single track. This is the Okai Express. You can't turn it at the terminus, you just reverse her back. This is the Okai Express. There we go.
16 minutes,
That's
43
not so bad.
seconds.
That's a
That's not so
third
bad.
of the time that it took us in New Zealand to
not
do
so
that.
bad.
I think we did a great job.
I'd like to ask a question, if I could.
Oh, wow.
You'd like to
That
ask
was
a
amazing.
question?
First off, before you ask a question, round of applause. That was amazing. That was genuinely 16 minutes. That's an impressive. That's an impressive time.
Thank you so much. I was proud of 16 minutes. I would like to ask, all the interstitials that say X minutes later, does that add up to 16?
God, no.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you took a little bit of creative license with how long it was.
time.
in between.
It's been a SpongeBob time.
Yeah, because I think if you add those up, it's somewhere closer to 25, 30.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
would you guys like to know how many points I was for?
Oh, sure.
Because you guys might have watched that and thought to yourself, well, I didn't do
Yes.
the
Yeah,
Okai Express song.
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. That was actually for my pleasure as a avid fan of jet lag. I just wanted to see you guys do that. You win nothing for that.
Okay, great. Yeah.
It was awesome though.
But really good. Really good.
Really good.
Ben and I had like a lot of discussion about like what do you think they had Sam and Michelle do as their version of this challenge?
Yeah.
Thought of all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
You did ask me, and I had to lie. I was like, "Oh, they did theirs earlier. That's why they had to get out early."
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I didn't like the way that Adam was treating stands, but now I think it's good. That
Well, again, what happened was that, and here's what I'd really like to say, is that we were very close to the end of a good attempt.
Yeah.
You interrupted Ben on something that I think is highly questionable about whether or not it was a flub. And what I was especially upset about was not necessarily whether it was right or wrong, was that you should have let us finish and then we could have made a determination on whether or not that word had counted. You interrupted us, threw us off, and forced us to start over.
He's talking
when
about,
it was
can I say
not
something
He's
clear.
talking about VAR. He wants that video
Yeah,
after
but here's the
review.
deal. If I let them finish, they pop off, they celebrate, and they go, actually, I think they'd be more mad.
Look, I don't think what you did was wrong, but I think we should fire you regardless.
I will accept that, but not for this.
I'm willing to give you guys one chance here. If you can do the Okai Express song live, you get one attempt all the way through, I'll give you each a bonus point.
There's
That's
no
least
way
it's
that
not
we
gonna
can do
happen.
that.
Question, any rules about what Michelle and I can be doing during this time?
You guys also have the same offer.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
Sounds like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Any rules about what we could be doing during Ben and Adam's attempt?
You could be fucking with them.
Okay.
Here, you can use this laptop right here.
Oh, it's so light.
If you would like to look at it while I do this ad read. And when I'm done, you get one
great.
attempt. Keep your conversations to a minimum.
We
Keep
gotta
it
do
down
an ad
over there,
read.
guys.
Keep
We
it
gotta
down, keep
sell-
it down, keep it down, keep it down.
We gotta sell some HyperX headsets.
HyperX headsets,
Oh.
I love them.
Guys, now it's the time for a message from our partner, HyperX.
Ooh, I
If you
love
guys are in the market for a new headset, please, you guys all know about the brand HyperX, but they have a new Cloud 3 wireless headset, and it has up to 120 hours of battery life. So if you want a headset, please consider this headset. It has a very clear microphone, and it's very comfortable if you're wearing it for a long time and you're gaming hardcore. All right, so just please head to the link in the description and check it out along with a lot of other great gaming products that HyperX makes. And really, if I'm being candid, they're just cool because they let us do cool shows like this. So appreciate HyperX, appreciate Omen, appreciate Red Bull for making things like this happen. Show them some love. Thank you very much to all those partners. I'm gonna crack my Red Bull, and now it's time to see, do they know the Okai Express
There's
song?
no way. I'm confident it's not going to happen, but we'll give it a go.
Back to your seats if I could.
All right, I think I would be happy if we just get a little ways in, just for the fun of it.
It is one attempt.
Okay.
As far as you can make it through. If you get all the way through, I'll give you each a bonus point. Are
Okay,
you
great.
ready?
Are you ready, Ben?
Yep.
She starts out from Oteria, the smallest train you've seen. This is the Yokai How Express. An engine and a guardsman with a carriage in between. This is the Yokai How Express. The driver doesn't worry if he takes the journey slow. Driving the Yokai How Express.
How are you gonna feel when Maeve
He's
sees
got
your
all
little
day
bunny?
to do it and 30 miles to go. Driving the Yokai How Express. She was going round the bend, doing 10 miles an hour. The whistle began to shriek. Well, she caught that bull in the middle of the brisket,
Am I
and the
making you
engine smelled of steak for a week. There's puppies in an apple box, pippies in a sack, riding the Yokai How Express.
Like, they really know it. They
But
really
no one
freaking
knows
know
the
it.
difference when they're dripping from the rack. Riding
Was that a
the
mistake?
Yokai How Express. She stops at Lake Omapere to take some water in. This is the Yokai How
I'm so in
Express.
shock. I can't even.
The fireman takes a bucket, the driver takes a swim. This is the Yokai How Express. Oh, Kai How to Oteria, it's just a single track. This is the Yokai How Express. You can't turn her at the terminus. You just reverse her back. This is the Yokai How Express. And I think
that was basically it. Yeah, that's basically it.
It was better than almost any attempt you did day of. I'll give you that.
Wait, you were perfect until the penultimate
Well,
line. You said you don't turn.
Adam
you
was
said you
perfect
can't
until
turn.
the penultimate line.
her
Ben had
my
a little bit of a
gosh.
flub.
That was impressive.
It's extremely
Does that mean that I
impressive,
get horseshoe hand grenades? You know?
I would like.
Look, they don't get a point for it, but it was impressive.
I would like 90% of a point.
To 0.9 points.
Well, you would get 50% of a point. You would get
I'll give you
90.
0.9, but we round down.
I think that's fair.
But because I didn't make a mistake, do I get a point?
Adam, can I come clean?
Yeah.
You earned first by a country mile. Doesn't matter.
Okay, great.
All right, have a seat. We're tabulating the points. If you guys remember at the start, I said the top
That was
two
actually amazing.
contestants
Congratulations.
would go to the finals.
Genuinely.
Top two contestants are going to go to our final live job, and those top two contestants are Adam and Michelle. Congratulations to you two. Sam and Ben, we're sorry to see you go. You look quite deflated. Can I talk to you, Ben? How do you feel right now?
This is like not even a real game. There's no rules.
What about the air tag? That one had rules.
Yeah.
And you microwaved it.
And he got second place.
Yeah, no, I feel good about that one.
And look, people can watch the new show, The Getaway, on Nebula on July 10th.
Oh, he's being nice. He's trying to plug the getaway to make him feel better.
Isn't
I'm
that
actually
a
torqued about The
consolation
Getaway.
that the folks at home can watch it? Isn't that a consolation in itself, Sam?
He's giving you a free ad read.
When does Stan's job become available?
Probably right after this episode, I'll be honest.
I would say July 9th, right before the Nebula episode airs. Adam, Michelle, you guys have done amazing so far. You've both gone above and beyond in certain jobs.
Thank you so much.
We're wiping away the points.
Okay.
Forget about the points. This job comes down to a final showdown. Now, there's going to be a small advantage for Adam because he was first, you were second. But this game show is something you guys might be familiar with. What's it called again?
Well, I mean, the stolen version or our version?
We're the stolen version. We're stealing everything we're doing, huh?
Carrot in the box.
That's the one. We'll throw to a quick break. We'll be back. We'll explain the challenge offline. But we'll be back in just a moment with our final challenge.
Stand. Dude, we're recording. Check this out, though. What do you think about that?
Chad, what is up? All we're doing, making 1,000 3-point shots.
Yes! Yes!
Y'all want to get pizza after this?
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, we are back. Adam, Michelle, you are our top 2 finalists. Only one of you can get the job. And to determine it, we've come up with a totally original game. The way it works is very simple. There's 2 boxes in front of me. One of them has an Employee of the Month plaque. The same plaque that could be put on that wall to join the likes of our other employees. That make sense? Adam, because you won, you will have a chance to pick one of these boxes. Not without looking at them. You
look in his box.
To blindly look.
Oh, great.
You blindly pick one. Sorry,
Okay,
you blindly
great.
pick one. You'll look inside of the box, blindly pick one,
Okay, sorry.
and then you'll look inside of the box, and then you will have the choice to steal that box or let him keep it. And if it has the plaque and she steals it, she will have won. If it has the plaque and she lets you keep it, you will have won.
Okay.
And so it's your job if it has the plaque to try to keep it. If it doesn't have the plaque, to try to get her to steal it.
Okay, great.
And with that in mind, his behaviors might indicate the opposite of what it is. Now, to make this a little more balanced, we're going to do a best of 3. So you're going to get to go first, then you will get to go.
Okay.
And then we're going to, if it goes to a game 3, let Adam go again.
Okay.
So you have to win 2 times.
Oof, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Which box do you want?
Oh, which box do I want?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
You like to pick that box?
Yeah.
All right. You may turn around now. All right, you can peek in now.
Yeah.
Just stay on your side, Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have any questions for him?
Adam, what'd you have for breakfast today?
What did I have for breakfast today? I had breakfast here, and they were like little pulled pork sliders. They were good.
Now, what's the goal of that question? What are you trying to get from that?
You know, I was just trying to see if his face would change when I asked him something completely different.
Okay.
You seem nervous.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking game. I agree.
Do you have the plaque?
Yeah, of course.
No, he's saying that because he has it. He's playing the honest game. Is he tricking you? Michelle, ultimately the question is, do you want to steal
Right.
or do you want him to keep it?
Do you have fun when we hang out?
Do I have fun when we hang out? Yeah.
Oh, this is like therapy.
I want it. I'll steal it.
Okay, great.
All right, she's chosen to steal. That's locked in.
Yes!
It did have the plaque. What was
One
the
down.
read?
Because I don't know, he just relaxed so much when I asked him something that had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you think he was tense?
Yeah.
You get the chance now to pick a box. If you wouldn't mind turning around just while you pick, which box would you like? Okay. Okay, you can come turn around again. You know how it works. She has not yet looked inside of the box. She's going to look inside of it.
Okay.
It either has the plaque or doesn't have the plaque.
I lied before, Ludwig. I do know about Carrot in a Box.
Oh, son of a bitch. I've never heard of that show.
Yeah, me either.
Foreign
This
network.
is Stan's original.
All right, take a peek
Okay.
in.
Oh, she's cracking.
Michelle, is it in there?
Yes. No, yes. Yes, no, yes. Oui. Bonjour. Comment t'appelles-tu?
A bit of a strategy of misdirection here.
What I think, here's the truth.
Yes.
I think it's total chaos here. I think that Michelle is really kind of nervous about it one way or the other, and it's almost impossible to read if she's nervous because she has it or nervous because she doesn't.
So she's channeling nervous energy to
Right, yeah.
misdirect what it is either way.
It's like it's very easy to tell that she's nervous, figuring out why.
But the situation you're in right
but
now-
look at me. But look at me. Is it in there?
I have fun when we hang out.
Oh. She's refusing to answer your questions.
That's interesting.
Is that because she's scared to lie to you?
Well, let me try the other version. Is it empty?
Did that differ in your mind?
Yeah, well, she did react differently. Again, it's just like, what does it mean, though? I think that it's empty. So
Well,
I'm going to let her.
I'm going to
do
ask you the official question because the spot you're in, if you are wrong,
it. Sure.
then she gets 2 points. She wins. We put her face in a plaque and throw it on that wall.
Now I think it's in there.
Why?
Because when I said I didn't think it was in there and you said if you're wrong, you lose, she started smiling. So now I do think it's in there.
So you're gonna switch your answer based off late information.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I think it's in there.
I'm not participating anymore.
Well, I'm gonna ask you officially.
Great.
You can switch one more time if you'd
Okay,
like.
sure.
Adam.
Yeah.
Would you like to steal this box, or would you like to let Michelle keep it?
I am gonna steal the box, but if it isn't in there, then that's really fun, Michelle.
Michelle, please turn around.
And I think it's fun either way.
We've locked him in with a steal. If it's empty, Michelle wins. If it's in there,
Yeah. Wow.
wow! You had it.
I know, that's tough. That's how it goes
Congratulations, Michelle. Was that? Did you do a little intentional?
A little bit.
Okay, you fooled him. That's impressive.
I'm proud
well,
of you.
Look, I need to get you the actual plaque now because we got to throw your name up on the wall eventually. It's empty right now. That's what it looked like for the people at home.
Adam,
can't be
you're
winning.
fantastic.
When I fire stands,
And that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
thank you so much.
first in line.
Okay, well.
I'm so excited to start work.
Yeah, you get to start work immediately, and the first job is actually just you have to give me your YouTube email and password because your channel's bigger than mine.
I upload like twice a year.
Yeah, but it's a per
and
video.
we are taking those uploads. So anyway, thank you very much, Michelle. Congratulations. Thank you all y'all for being here. Anything you'd like to shout out?
Well, watch The Getaway on Nebula.
Yes,
So-
watch
Whoa,
The
she
Getaway.
shouted us out. This rocks.
Watch Jet Lag. And if you feel like it, you can also subscribe to me and watch Challenge Accepted.
And that's it. That's all of us at Unpaid Intern. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back when Stans is fired. See you later, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. My God.
日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。 兵士大兵を迎えるためにいでよ。へい、無に帰れ。任せてください。それ。いでよ。花よ、いけます。痛いの飛んでけ。いや、舞い上がる。任せてください。横島を取り払え。花よ、ボトンシンテシス。日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。兵士
俺も出よう。
横島を取り払え。
怒りました。死にたいのか。もっと燃えろ。これはいかん。
任せてください。痛いの飛んでけ。
静かにしろ。
全流自在。
怒りました。燃えろ。これはいかん。
花よ、気を日向ぼっこの時間で
Here's a Prime Johnny. You see how did you hear the OceanGate co-founder just say he plans on colonizing the moon by 2060 and creating a society up there? The OceanGate co-founder's old as fuck. He's not going to be alive in 2060. Is that a meme? Titanic submarine co-founder wants to colonize the moon and create joint society with Earth by 2063. This guy has already left Earth. His brain is in another dimension. The OceanGate, obviously behind the infamous submarine implosion, controlled with a Logitech bootleg game controller made out of toothpicks, bubble gum, and super glue. And one of the other co-founders is an absolute maniac. So he wants to do another deep sea exploration to prove that it's safe and that he's rough and tough, so he'll probably be sacrificed to the great sea gods yet again. He won't make it out alive. Hopefully he won't take as many people with him this time, though. And now I guess he wants to create a separate society on the moon by 2063. Says he believes that the technology to create a mirth, a society to spread across Earth and Moon, is already available today. He claims colonization would have a dramatic effect on how people see themselves and speculated that humanity would begin to see ourselves not just as citizens of one country or another, but as inhabitants of mirth. You fucking cringe lord. Why the moon? The moon has nothing. What's gonna happen? Let's say somehow he has a pair of fairy godparents that grant this wish, and he makes mirth. The fucking moon people are gonna have to be borrowing all of the Earthlings' resources, draining us even further. You'll have to import from a different planet, because the moon has no resources. You couldn't find a more useless place to inhabit. You're better off trying to make a fucking Atlantis. The solar power potential is actually huge, though. I guess that's true. I guess your solar would be better. Co-founder also thinks that colonizing Venus will be easier to do than Mars. Oh yeah, that's true. He's really fixated on Venus, too. Forgot about that. Project Moon Hut aims to begin the colonization by placing a basic hut on its surface comparable to a double-wide trailer commonly used on job construction sites by 2031. Genius! Genius! Alright. Welcome to the Moon Hut 40-year plan. So this is pre-phase. Building towards Moon Hut. How? What are we doing for that? Okay, he's just giving us lore updates on the moon and Earth. Achieving a box with a roof and a door. How? What are you doing for that? 4 to 8 people living on the moon. The Moon Hut can be compared to a double-wide trailer. The team is present on the moon to prepare for the assembly of the industrial park. Successful establishment of human presence on moon serves as a significant achievement that fuels the work being done on Earth. Co-opetition in mirth. Co-opetition? That's not a real word, right? Like we're just making shit up now? Like imbreathiate? No, it's a real thing. Co-opetition. The act of cooperation between competing companies. Alright, Project Moon Hut Paper 1. Very cool pictures. Literally nothing in here of value. I thought there'd be like blueprints or something. This is all just fanfic. Are they scamming people? Wait, is this something people are investing in? The simplest model would be to invest massive investments of capital over many years with no guarantee of a return. This all-in approach works best when there is a government initiative or behemoth corporations engaged which can centrally direct a project to its desired conclusion. Oh, they're trying to run a scam. Oh, that's huge. Wait, that makes so much more sense now. Because this guy just makes up a bunch of nonsense. It all does seem to be investor bait. Invest! I'm gonna be the first man on Venus. A floating colony on Venus by 2050.
Was to get past the regulations and just prove that it could be done as safely as possible.
Excellent work, Guillermo. Mission accomplished. What a successful mission that was, too.
Engineering behind me, the carbon fiber and titanium. There's a rule you don't do that. Well, I did.
Probably a rule you shouldn't have broke, huh, in hindsight. Yeah, he doesn't give interviews. He just releases statements, I guess, about colonizing the moon and Venus. Look at Project Moonhut wallpapers on their website, 100% AI generated. Well, yeah, because, I mean, AI is going to push us to Venus and the moon by 2050 with Guillermo at the helm and all of our happy investors. Generating wallpapers. You think this is AI generated? Your distrust in Guillermo is sickening. He painted these himself in a dream. What a talented man Guillermo is. He's bringing us to the cosmos, where we belong. First step, Moon Hut. Second step, Venus Colony. Third step, Mass Effect Citadel. All thanks to Guillermo, who's immortal, hopefully, because he's already in his 50s and he's trying to do all this by 2050. The guy will be a fucking ancient fossil. He is trying to make a legacy. You're not wrong, I guess. The legacy of a clown. Any day now, Lewis. Project Moon Hut is here. Their 40-year plan. Bulletproof. You can't argue with the science. Industrial park on the moon. 90 people living there by 2036. By 2046, we're fucking on the moon, so we got 578 people there now. 2063, we become a class 10 society. Time travel, faster than light travel, fucking interdimensional travel. We'll be able to turn ourselves from 3D to 2D if we want to. All thanks to Guillermo and Ocean Gate. Go to the last one. You don't want to see the last one. You're not ready for this. It's a all-out war between Earth and Moon. Project Mirth fails. Phase 5. The Age of Infinite. God, the Mirth Odyssey. What kind of brain-dead investor would actually put money into this? This is a very important lesson to everyone out there. You having a ton of money doesn't equal you being smart. Some people just get lucky and fall into it. This guy's the perfect fucking example of a ludicrously wealthy gentleman who is unbelievably stupid. Like, legitimately, observably dumb. By 2063, humanity had come to realize that it was not merely entering the fourth industrial revolution, but embarking on a different epic altogether. The Age of Infinite. Sounds like a Final Fantasy game. He's actually just writing a sci-fi novel. Like, what the fuck? This profound shift transcended faster computing and automation. It fundamentally altered our perceptions of existence and resource availability. Galvanized by Project Moonhut, millions collaborated to adapt beyond Earth innovations for Earth's benefit, affecting every species. This movement redefined how we obtain food, water, shelter, and even how we communicate and entertain ourselves. In a paradigm shift, we evolved from a scarcity mentality to one brimming with infinite resources and possibilities. In this grand transformation, the moon didn't just serve as a destination. It acted as a catalyst for life-altering changes back on Earth, ushering us into an era where Earth and Moon together became Mirth, our new collective home. The Age of Infinite, a realm of endless possibilities and boundless resources, breathing life into the future. And for only $10 through the Project Moonhut Foundation right now, you can get this free coffee mug. How do you know this isn't the plot for Moonfall 2? That would be great. That would be so good. Telling you aliens are gonna kill us, we're trying to do too much shit. Brother, I've got some comforting news for you if that's something you actually fear. If aliens make it to us, they've already mastered faster than light travel. They're so beyond our comprehension technologically speaking, I don't think they'd come out here like fucking scooting in sideways, zooming in like, shit! They invented AI memes! Blow it up! They're out of control! They're gonna overtake the cosmos!
So we know dodges have iframes, but did you know counterattacks also have iframes?
Hello everyone! I wanted to share this really useful counter-attack iframe trick I discovered in Wuthering Waves. I've been utilizing it quite a lot lately, and I specifically like to use the delayed counter. I'll go into detail on what this means, but it should work on all the characters, and it's especially useful for dodging quick and deadly attack chains. So when fighting enemies with consecutive attacks, or when fighting multiple enemies who are attacking you one after the other. I'll start with a quick overview of how dodges work in this game. There are two types of dodges, the normal dodge and the perfect dodge. Normal dodges dash you in a direction, and you can chain 2 in a row before it goes on a brief cooldown. Perfect dodges are triggered when you dodge somewhat near an enemy attack before it hits. Your character model does not need to collide with the attack hitbox. This is important because it means you do not need to dash into the attack to trigger a perfect dodge. In fact, you can often dash away from an attack and trigger the perfect dodge as long as you're near the hitbox. As you can see here, even though I am dodging away from where this arrow should have hit, it triggers a perfect dodge nonetheless. Perfect dodges have a flash indicator, a sound effect, and an ensuing slow-mo, and gives you an invincibility of around 1 second. Oh, also, here's one really interesting finding I came across while making this video. I went and tested every single character's dodge invincibility frames, and it turns out shorter characters have fewer invincibility frames during the perfect dodge compared to taller characters. So Encore and Verena have the least iframes after a perfect dodge, roughly 48 frames of invincibility. The mid-height characters, such as Rover, Yingling, and Jinshi, have around 64. And then the taller ones, such as Zhiyan, Calcaro, and Mortefi, average around 72. That's almost 40% more invincibility frames just for being tall. Shorter characters already physically run slower in this game. Now it turns out they also have quite a bit shorter iframes. Life is really tough for the short ones. Why is this game so realistic? Anyways, usually it's not too difficult to time a perfect dodge versus a one-hit attack. However, it becomes a lot trickier when you're trying to dodge and maneuver through a multi-hit chain attack, such as this one. There are 2 ways to extend your iframe. The first is to simply dodge again. Most of you probably already know this, but you can chain perfect dodges until you run out of stamina and remain iframed throughout the duration as long as you keep triggering them. The downside to this is that you won't be doing any damage since you're dodging, and if you wait too long to dodge, you can get hit in between. Also, if you spam 2 dodges without triggering a perfect dodge, then your dodge will enter cooldown and you can get hit. The second method, and the one that I've been using, involves the dodge counterattack. Normally, after you execute a perfect dodge, you can press basic attack after to execute a counterattack. Quite a few characters' counterattacks deal a lot of damage, so it is encouraged to counter where you can. There are 2 important things I've recently discovered about this counterattack. The first is that every character's counterattack actually comes with iframes, separate from the dodge iframe. Your normal perfect dodge gives you around 1 second of invincibility, starting from the moment the flash indicator starts. And the counterattack can give you almost another second of invincibility, starting from 3 to 4 frames after you trigger it. To help you visualize, it looks something like this. The second thing I discovered about counterattacks is that you do not need to trigger your counterattack right away. There's actually roughly a 1 second window where you can trigger the counterattack, and as you'll see, you might want to wait before triggering your counterattack. This waiting before triggering the counterattack is what I like to refer to as the delayed counter. This can be very useful because it lets you utilize the counterattack as an iframe while dealing damage. In some cases, waiting will mean that your dodge iframe will run out before you trigger your counterattack. So you cannot use the delayed counter trick to completely iframe continuous attacks such as the rain here. However, versus bosses, they generally have a small delay even between their quicker attacks, so you can usually perfectly time this delayed counter with their attack. As an can trigger the counter attack, and as you'll see, you might want to wait before triggering your counter attack. This waiting before triggering the counter attack is what I like to refer to as the delayed counter. This can be very useful because it lets you utilize the counter attack as an iframe while dealing damage. In some cases, waiting will mean that your dodge iframe will run out before you trigger your counter attack. So you cannot use the delayed counter trick to completely iframe continuous attacks such as the rain here. However, versus bosses, they generally have a small delay even between their quicker attacks, so you can usually perfectly time this delayed counter with their attack. As an example, the Crownless always performs this quick sequence of slashes whenever he transforms into his second phase. Versus this type of attack, you usually have 3 options. The first is to continually dodge. This is a fairly safe option if you can time your dodges well, but this also means you won't be able to do any damage during this time, and sometimes I find that when you spam the dodge too quickly, you won't trigger the perfect dodge, and then your dodge goes on cooldown because you spammed it twice in a row, and then you get hit. The second option is the super sweaty option, utilizing the quick counter. Quick counter is where you press basic attack immediately to counter attack as soon as possible. This option has the highest ceiling for damage since you can technically farm a counter for every attack, but it requires a lot more precise timing. I often get hit while doing this, so I started going with the third option for the attacks I was less confident on. This third method involves the technique I mentioned earlier, the delayed counter. Essentially, it utilizes the fact that your counterattack can iframe to dodge one attack and then iframe the next with a delayed counter. So instead of dodging 7 times, you use 1 dodge for one attack, followed by a delayed counter to iframe the next attack. In my opinion, it's a lot safer and it also lets you deal damage. Envision your counterattack as another dodge and time it accordingly. Here are some other attacks from the Crownless where I like to use the delayed counter. Essentially, the delayed counter utilizes the fact that because the counterattack also comes with iframes, instead of dodging and quickly spamming counterattack to try to get out another dodge before the next attack, you dodge, wait a bit, and then time your counterattack to iframe the next attack. Not spamming the inputs has helped me dodge a lot cleaner while also dealing damage. This technique is also very useful in a lot of other fights. For instance, versus Mephis and the clones, when the 2 bros are attacking in quick succession, you can often dodge one attack, wait a split second, and then utilize the delayed counter to perfectly iframe the next attack. It's also useful in the tower when you're fighting against 2 or more enemies. I do want to make it clear, I don't think you should always use the delayed counter. Rather, I believe that this is a very useful technique to learn about and just have at your disposal. In combat, you should use a mixture of what you prefer, along with what makes more sense based on the enemy attacks. I think that's it. Thank you for watching. I hope my explanations made sense. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy my content, as it helps my channel a lot. I know I release a variety of things on here, but
Somebody looked at every single battle in recorded history, who was the general, how many troops they had, and they found the actual top 10 generals. Let me see if I can find it. I thought it was so interesting. The generals that had few battles did not do that well, but basically the best generals in history were those that won with underdog forces. Alexander the Great is number 10. Alexander the Great only had a couple battles, I think, in his life. Georgy Zhukov, I don't know who this is. A Soviet general. Oh, he worked for Stalin. Well, there you go. He won the Battle of Berlin. Holy sh! He's known as the man who really defeated Hitler. Interesting. Number 8, Frederick the Great, ruling for more than 40 years and commanding troops in some 14 battles across Europe. He got the number 8 spot on the list. Ulysses S. Grant, yeah, obviously. Even president too. Whew. Top general into president. That's a run. Hannibal Barca. Oh yeah, Hannibal's the GOAT, dude. Hannibal's the guy that marched elephants across the Alps to fuck up the Romans, right? Is Trump on here? He knows more than the generals, believe him. So he's probably rank 0. He's right at the top. There's a story I remember of, dude, I'm getting the names wrong, but I think there's a general named Scipio Africanus or something, and him and Hannibal like met up way after their careers and like talked shit about each other. It's in his blurb. Oh, damn, you're right. Oh, this is literally what I'm talking about. Basically, when you actually read what they said to each other, it was like 2 Melee players who retired talking about their career. It's like Mango and Armada or something, talking about how, yeah, I would have fucked you up at that tournament. I would have beat your... It was like, the way they were talking was so funny. It was like the very prehistoric, like 1,000 years ago version of 2 Melee players. Khalid, DJ Khalid, Ibn al-Walid. You never heard of him, but you sure felt his effects. In 14 battles, he remained undefeated against the Byzantine Empire. Compared to others who fought similar battles, his score eclipses even Frederick the Great. Okay, nearly undefeated. Takeda Shinjin, one of the best military minds in feudal Japan, is a really big deal. After 18 battles, he remained supreme. Actually goated. Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington. Holy shit, he looks so not like a great general. Oh, he's the guy that beat Napoleon? I guess taking down the GOAT is something. Julius Caesar? Yeah, he did pretty well for himself. And then Napoleon, number 1, the GOAT, dude. Napoleon is so far ahead of the normal distribution curve created by the data. For these 6,000 plus generals, it's not even close. After 43 battles, he has a war score of more than 16, which blows the competition away. There can be no question Napoleon is the greatest tactical general of all time, and the math proves it. GOAT status, dude. He was only 5'5". I mean, I think the coolest thing Napoleon ever did was they beat his ass, finally, and instead of killing him because it would cause a big stink, they exiled him to an island, and then he legitimately escapes the island, steals a boat, sails back to France. The new puppet king sends the army to go arrest him. He gives a passionate speech to that army, and they all flip sides. And then he takes over France again, starts another war, gets all of Europe to team up again. Like, that's crazy. That's like unheard of in history. This is actually a good intro. This is a good intro segue to the next video, which is about his greatest battle of his career, Napoleon's masterpiece.
In December 1804, in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of the French. A son of impoverished Corsican nobility to military dictator of France in little more than 10 years. Revolution.
Watch out for Ludwig. Completely unrelated, but at his pace of growth, let's watch out. All I'm saying is let's not... If he starts asking for military access, let's watch out. Okay? Kind of weird, short, French. Let's keep him doing the content thing.
8 months after Napoleon's coronation, the French Empire and its Spanish ally were at war with Britain, and Napoleon had assembled an army of 180,000 men along the Channel coast. But as long as the British Royal Navy ruled the seas, invasion was impossible.
I just want you guys to know, if there was even the smallest land bridge between France and Great Britain, all of history would be changed so dramatically. If you look through history, there's like 600 times that Great Britain is about to get fucked up by the mainland of Europe and doesn't because of having more boats right here. It's like, it happens all the time. It happens over and over and over and over again, and they just barely hold out. And it's like, man, if there was even the smallest way to walk, it would have been fucking over.
Britain would prove Napoleon's most steadfast enemy, and its press delighted in relentless mockery of the French emperor.
What is that? Why we think he's so short? Is that just because Britain won? And they fucking roasted him and toasted him? It is funny though, right? It is kind of funny though, so maybe we should keep it going. We'll let the next generations figure out whether it was true or not. Let's just keep calling him short. It was funny.
The final straw came in May 1804, when Napoleon had also crowned himself King of Italy in Milan.
Man. Went for the double?
Austria, Russia, Sweden and Naples joined Britain in an alliance known as the Third Coalition. The main attack would be made by a combined Austro-Russian army advancing across the Rhine into France. But Napoleon got word of their plans and reacted with typical speed and decision. He was determined to strike first, before the Allies could join forces, and ordered his army, now renamed La Grande Armée, to march to the River Rhine.
Feels like so much of what makes a great general back in the day. I feel this about Washington too, is like their ability to make people move. To like feed and supply troops while they move. That it was like logistics. It's like it's not like battle tactics, because they can't even communicate that well. It was more like, let's get people to the right spot and not starving. And then they win. An army marches on its stomach? No, an army marches on its feet. Idiots. I'm glad you're here, because it's Get Smarter Saturdays. You guys can learn a thing or two. Stupid. They're not doing the worm across the fucking Rhine, dude. They're fucking walking. Or marching, as we'd say in the military.
Napoleon ordered Marshal Murat, his famously flamboyant cavalry commander, to make feint attacks through the Black Forest.
Famously flamboyant? Is she ossified? Sheesh, queen!
That summer, Napoleon's Grande Armée was at its most formidable.
Does Le Grand Armée just mean the big army? Am I translating that correctly? Is that his fucking fancy name for his army? It just means the big army. Okay, cool. I guess it'd be good to be in, like, if you're in the Grand Army, then you're like, we're in the big one. That's good. You don't want to be in the small army. That'd be fucking shitty.
What's more, it had been newly reorganized according to the corps system, later imitated by virtually every army in the world.
He invented the corps system?
Each corps, commanded by a marshal, was a mini-army of 15 to 30,000 soldiers. This meant each corps could march and fight for a limited time independently, allowing Napoleon to break with the old doctrine of keeping his army concentrated and advance with his corps widely dispersed. This helped to disguise his real objective and increased movement speed. Mac didn't realize the danger he was in until it was too late.
His name's just Mac?
Napoleon's fast-moving corps crossed the Danube behind him and surrounded his army. Despite some desperate fighting, the Austrians couldn't break out of the trap.
Yeah, one other thing I've noticed is I like look at more historical battles and stuff, because I've been interested in this. It's like getting surrounded is GG. I've seen so many examples of like, yeah, if they ever get behind you, your army just is completely fucked. It just loses insta. Even if you have more numbers, like if their army is surrounded, they just break. Surrounding again, this meta is cringe. Dude, I love the idea of like European generals as fucking RTS players in the chat. Like in World War I. Oh, trench warfare is so fucking boring. Devs, patch! Patch this shit! All I want to do is attack with my horsies!
On the 19th of October, just 6 weeks into the war, Mac surrendered his army to Napoleon.
Get owned.
And Napoleon had struck his first devastating blow against the coalition. Russian General Mikhail Kutuzov was an experienced and wary commander, but hearing of the Austrians' surrender at Ulm, and knowing he wasn't strong enough to face Napoleon alone, he immediately ordered a retreat. Napoleon pursued. Kutuzov slipped away to Olmütz in today's Czech Republic, where he was joined by reinforcements, as well as Emperor Alexander of Russia and Emperor Francis of Austria.
All right, the squad's finally there.
Was furious that Kutuzov had escaped. By now, his army was also exhausted, and far from home, with winter approaching. He needed to force a decisive battle, quickly. With the Allied army closing in, Napoleon ordered his corps to rapidly concentrate on a battlefield he had carefully selected, near the town of Austerlitz.
Oh, here it comes. This is a 1v3 clutch, dude. This is simple, down, bombs already been planted, 3 members of the opposing team left. This is Austerlitz, baby.
Into the night. Then
Clutch or
Grab
kick.
of Dawn would mark the first anniversary of his coronation as emperor, and promised a battle that would make or break his young empire.
Do you think he made the sound effect when he said that? Do you think he went, because that's what I would do. If I said, let's finish this war with a thunderclap, ka-chow! Or he had a guy, behind him. Yeah, he's an emperor. He had a guy behind him go, and back him up. That was sick.
Two armies of near equal size faced each other across a 7-mile-wide battlefield. But the Allies held the high ground of the Pratzen Heights.
They have the high ground? How do the French
Seeing
win?
Napoleon's thinly stretched right flank, the Allies planned a large-scale attack from the Pratzen Heights to steamroller the French right before swinging round to envelop Napoleon's army.
Sounds decent. I don't know why they give up the high ground,
but they know Napoleon was counting on his weak right wing luring the Allies into just such a move.
Oh, problem.
Whereupon he would launch his own attack on the Pratzen Heights to cut the Allied army in half. The battle began around 7 a.m. as Austrian troops of General Kienmayer's advance guard clashed with French troops defending the village of Telnitz. In the face of overwhelming odds, the French fought stubbornly and bravely.
Would suck to be in this part of the French army, though. You're just bait. You're like a small army against the fucking massive legion who's baiting you out. You're almost certainly dead. I would not volunteer for that job. Great plan, Napoleon. Great plan. Do you think maybe I could be on the victorious guys charging up the hill and winning, and not the guys that get the fucking shit kicked out of them? No, well, it's already decided, Brandon. So, and that's when I deserted, by the way. That's when I deserted the French army back in the day.
They were forced back, but the Allies, instead of carrying out their great enveloping attack, did nothing.
What?
The morning mist and the late arrival of orders had led to confusion and delay, which
Fog
had just
RNG.
force-marched 70 miles in 2 days, now arrived to strengthen the French right wing. His lead infantry brigade appeared suddenly through the mist and retook Telnitz, before being driven back in turn by Austrian hussars.
Hussars are mounted cavalry, by the way. People are still using fucking mounted cavalry. Crazy. Shocks me. Cannons and guns, and people are still fucking running on horses. Well, they weren't going to use cars. I meant charging with melee cavalry with fucking swords, dude. I mean, it works. Still gets the job done because they move fast. But like, this is probably the last war where cavalry was still remotely effective. Because this is not too far from World War I, right? 100 years? Not too far. A century? Come on. Listen, when I was back then, I skated everywhere. And I'm not going to apologize for that. Horses were used in World War I, but they were incredibly ineffective, like famously ineffective. There's the poem about that cavalry charge in World War I where they all just fucking die. No repeating guns. So there was no. Oh, it's still muskets for sure.
French infantry division.
I guess that makes sense. It's probably repeating guns that really fucking ends horses. Machine guns, basically. Because if you have a musket, yeah, it's fucking shitty to be charging towards it. But it takes forever to reload. So you're just sitting there fucking on your ass trying to put powder in that bitch. And the horse is trampling you down. So once you get repeating guns, then horses are kind of they're just not going to do it for you. That's when Bethesda first invented horse armor. And Napoleon bought all of the DLC, thus kicking off microtransactions, which are big today. So we're getting a little gaming history in here too. It's not just war history, it's gaming history. So it all ties together.
By 11 a.m., the French, with the advantage in training and discipline, had secured the heights. Napoleon had broken the Allied center.
I mean, it's kind of goated that the French held here, though. If they didn't hold this line with a weaker force, this whole thing would have gone to shit, and they'd be like chasing each other's tails. Like them holding this, even just fucking a little bit, made all this possible.
Many of his troops were forced to flee across frozen ponds. French artillery opened fire, trying to smash the ice with their cannonballs.
Oh, shit.
About 200 men and dozens of horses drowned in the freezing water.
Oh, shit, dude.
Thousands of dead and wounded of all sides littered the battlefield.
Wow.
Many left.
That's an insane KDR for a general. In an even match, they had the same army size going in.
The Battle of the Three Emperors, as it became known, was a crushing blow to the Third Coalition. When William Pitt received news of Napoleon's victory at Austerlitz, he's supposed to have said, "Roll up that map of Europe. It will not be wanted these 10 years."
Oh, shit.
A month later, Pitt was dead, but his warning that Europe faced another 10 years of war and upheaval was to prove prophetic.
So Napoleon wins this battle, my understanding is. He basically fucks over everybody, takes over the majority of Europe, is at the peak of his powers, and then he goes, fucking, let's go Russia. He basically does the early Hitler. He does the same thing Hitler does. And then he just loses his whole army, freezing to death in Russia, and then everything collapses.
You at all.
Oh god,
Whoa.
it's just nature's so beautiful, guys. I would then like, if I have an action remaining, I'd like to attempt to perform frog CPR.
All right, frog CPR.
Oh
my
okay.
god. Okay. Filbo, are you going to Vegas? Because these rolls are incredible.
All right,
see,
I
like,
croak no longer.
The leaves fall down, and in those intersprinting moments, I breathe life back into you, small frog.
Thank you.
He is alive.
Yes.
Captain Kidd, you're up.
If I had realized that Failboat could just glide across as a tree, I would have never even attempted to.
I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. I'll be real.
I feel like I'm in no man's land right now. I'm a little worried.
You're a big guy. You can drag your own tree.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try and drag my tree. Let's see how mine goes.
Okay, stealth check.
I'm gonna go as far as I can.
Yeah, they have a nice bit of foundation in the way to get where to get to you. Yo,
come on, keep going.
Unfortunately, you're not able to move this turn.
Tragic.
Okay, so we'll just chill.
Small frog, you're up.
Hop on my back, small frog.
No, I can do better than that. I'm gonna move 4 squares down, and then I'm gonna cast Fireball.
Okay, all right. Let's see how big of a fireball it is.
It's gonna be such a big fireball. I'm a dangerous frog.
Such a big fireball, it doesn't hit me. Ooh.
Such a small fireball. It's a very controlled and moderated fireball that does not hit.
It's gonna kill that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that was your turn. Now it's the guard's turn. They still only know that Small Ant is alive. He's gonna come down and attack you again.
No. Oh no.
How did he get back up?
Oh no. This could be bad.
It's fine. They do nothing.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, you're gonna get knocked out again. They don't know how you got up the first time.
Oh no.
Failboat, you're up.
God, nature is just so beautiful as the trees seem to migrate from place to place.
Stealth check.
I like to try.
Really resilient trees. Ooh,
Ooh.
Okay, so they now I assume they know I'm in the.
The tree is gonna disintegrate.
No! Nature is so beautiful. I'm just gonna kick him in the fucking jaw.
Okay.
Surprise tree attack? There's no way this is ever gonna go wrong.
Oh my! Oh! Wait, let me cook, please. Because
yeah.
From doing such
emanating from her.
With like a lowercase b. Just
hand-to-hand combat with the pregnant woman is the play. I agree. Should we try and check?
Fire with her aura is also gone.
Surely there will be nothing stronger than a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
At this stage in the game, not likely.
I think that was the right decision.
I agree. Should we try and check behind the giant pillar that she was on, or on top? Maybe,
that might be a great idea.
Do you see a little bit of a yellow in the top right? I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
It was all emanating from her pregnant belly.
I would like to go up and attempt to collect the gold coin in the top right.
Okay.
There's a gold coin in the top right. How did you even see that?
Good eye. That was a great eye.
I got that something different in me. You know,
Philbot has experience for collecting gold coins.
Yeah, when you get 18 gold coins. if it had been a chest up there, I guarantee you would have seen it.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, on to the next encounter. One second, I gotta.
Oh, well, at least it's not a pregnant woman.
Man.
Newgrounds looking salad fingers.
I will not kill you if you try to pass.
I got that like 10 words per minute typing.
I will not kill you if you try to pass.
Look at him. He's trustworthy.
Well,
yeah, he's not pregnant.
I gotta open the chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
But before I go, I tie a safety line with the rope.
Oh, he's so smart.
Okay.
It's like a bungee jump. Okay, gotcha.
All right, you're gonna open up the chest.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you'll be dangling on the end from your rope.
Oh no! I don't have any arms, kid. This is your opportunity to get in there.
All right. Oh no, this is not good.
Sailboat, you're up.
I mean, I would like to give kid the leeway here because they have arms. I can't do anything here. If anything, wait. Let me hold on to your gremlins.
Yeah. Take the gremlins. Keep them safe. I'll hold the axe in between my pecs.
Oh yeah.
Temporarily while I go grab small frog.
Do you put in your cheeks?
Oh,
you mean?
Oh yeah. Oh, this is how I should have been playing from the start.
Yeah, this is how you should be holding your axe. Now it's like a 15 to hit.
Oh, Let's go.
It just makes it 17.
Let's save that frog.
Okay, he is going to cast Dark Blast on you.
Whoa, whoa,
As you get
bro,
close.
chill. No. We're so nimble now. We're so nimble
It's because
now.
he wasn't trying to pass. That's why he's killing us. He said he wouldn't if you tried. It's okay. It was weak as hell.
Yeah, Captain Kid, up to you.
Did I pass the check? Can I perform the CPR now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perform the CPR. Yeah, I'm gonna try and rescue him. Actually, yeah, maybe I should unhook the rope here.
What?
And then carry Small Ant back.
Okay.
I can't be the one to perform the CPR. I'm not built like that.
Okay.
I know there's only one way that this can be done.
Okay, nice. I say rush this dude.
Alright, he's gonna cast another Dark Blast on you.
Oh no.
He doesn't get there. He doesn't
Be
get
chill
there.
with my dead body.
He doesn't get there. He doesn't get there. Oh, please keep going.
Uh-oh.
13.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna take out 3 health bars.
Okay, that's
That
fine.
is a lot.
Yeah. Look, next time we're gonna be trying to pass, so it'll be so fine.
Yeah,
he won't
true.
try
He
and kill
won't
us.
attack if we try to pass.
Oh, he moved you back. I'm gonna try and revive Small Frog.
Whoa, this one's very intimate.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Oh
Easily
yeah.
done.
Hey, I'm back. Ribbit. Can I test to see if he's telling the truth?
Yeah.
I try to pass.
You're gonna try and pass.
Yes.
He's gonna cast Dark Blast on
Oh, this guy sucks. This guy sucks.
This guy, I don't know, man. I just believe people were better.
you. Yeah, that'll
Oh, that is a pretty
He's
bad
get
one.
blasted over to us again.
He's blown back.
Let's try and do frog CPR. Then I have another action I would like to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get back on his feet.
Okay.
I would like to try and start galloping across.
Yeah, let me take some of those gremlins off your back.
Okay. You can take the gremlins. You can take the gremlins. Yeah, thank you so much. Just stack them up on his pecs instead.
Yeah. There's lots of room.
And then what I would like to do is I would like to start galloping across the bridge with a plan in mind.
Now that that's all situated,
They start galloping across the bridge.
he's gonna cast Dark Blast when you get to it.
I would like to cast teleport and teleport behind him.
Schmixed.
Oh my omo.
This is for teleport.
Wait, I thought it was for the blast. No.
Wait, did I say it was for the blast already?
I thought that was what you were running first because the blast went first.
Order of
Okay, yeah,
operations.
the blast went first, so yeah.
Yeah, it's on the
blast is gonna
stack.
miss
I
you.
don't know.
As the blast goes by me, he can't even see me. He's obscured by his own magic as I roll the same exact number to teleport.
Your teleport's gonna fail, but you're still moving forward. He's gonna cast Dark Blast again.
How many does he have?
Just through the fire and the flames.
Uh-oh. Oh no. I think we're gonna have a horse carcass just barreling towards us.
Can I teleport like again or like? Okay. I like to teleport from taking this impact.
Okay.
And then grit my horsey teeth, and teleport behind him.
Oh my god, please. We can't lose our horse.
Get me there,
Yes!
please. Yeah!
15.
Kill him. Knock him into the void.
Teleport. I have one swift kick.
You've learned. You've learned so much.
You got coins, spend them, bro.
I would like to spend, how many coins does it look like I would need to bribe him to fall into the hole?
I think we could need a 20. I mean, you got 19 gold coins. I think you're gonna need an investment here. You're on death's door.
How much is it to hit for like the horse?
I'm gonna guess it's at least 12.
I mean, what did you roll? You rolled a 3? It's probably like 11, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 11 gold coins to make it a 14.
Okay, 11 gold coins.
Okay, well, you say like that, 12 to make it a 15.
All right, that is gonna send him flying into the abyss.
Yes, we killed this guy.
Money well spent. Money well spent.
The animation. He's getting smaller.
Whoa.
Wow. You really pushed the limits of the software.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Happy birthday, Allison.
Why is Allison? Is that Allison crying?
No, that's not Allison.
Maybe her mom was pregnant.
Who is that?
Oh.
Oh,
that was a pregnant lady, probably. I don't know.
Oh no, Allison was the pregnant lady.
On her birthday.
All I gotta say, she swung first.
Yeah.
So it was.
Yeah, no, you're so right. You're so right. You're so right.
You see something even more deadly than a pregnant woman. A crying child.
Oh no.
Oh, this is not good.
She's gonna cast Dark Blast.
No. Why do they all know Dark Blast? This one's imbued with tears. It's so much scarier.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
We're chill.
Oh, it's gonna hit Small Ant and he's gonna die.
No.
Wait, Failboat, let me give you the gremlins, and I need to step in front. I need to soak up these hits because
Okay.
you guys are both on 1
I'll
HP
take the
combined.
gremlins upon my back. What I would actually like to do is, while I take the gremlins, can I cast heal upon myself?
Oh, yeah.
It's a heart, maybe.
It's gonna give you a heart back.
I'm gonna step in front and just act as the protector.
Yeah, while I'm being shielded, I'd like to attempt another frog CPR.
All right.
Come on.
That's 20!
Yo!
Yeah!
Yes.
The 20.
On the final screen!
That 20.
I'm feeling good.
Our tongues
back
merge
up.
for a quick second as they wrap around each other in pure ecstasy.
That
as I
should
bring you back
revive
to life.
evisceration PP.
Ooh.
Oh, you're sorry.
Oh.
Well,
I tried.
I go and I offer the child a flamingo.
You have a flamingo in your inventory?
you do.
I guess you do.
Sure do.
The win condition.
The best way to stop a crying child.
By all means, that flamingo should have been dead, but you know what?
It's a living flamingo.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
Oh, you're gonna offer the flamingo?
Yeah, as like either a sacrifice or just as a gift, honestly. Just whatever they want to do with it.
Whatever it takes.
That's for them.
Okay. In response to this gift,
Hello.
so you can cast Dark Blast.
Stop! How ungrateful! This ungrateful child. Who raised this?
Gosh,
Who raised this
children
child?
are the worst.
Yeah, probably that pregnant lady.
It kills the flamingo.
Kid, it's your turn to get in there.
You want me to go and start swinging?
I think this is your time to prove yourself.
All right, Cyclops, it's now or never.
All right, you're gonna charge on in.
I'm charging in.
Okay, you're gonna get that far.
Okay. I would like to, in that case, start boom, boom, boom. I like to start healing.
You're not even doing chest compressions.
CPR.
No, absolutely not. Just right for the tongue.
What a familiar feeling.
I'm really good at this.
You're
really
getting good at this.
The success rate is kind of alarming.
Man, I'm gonna go get hit by a Dark Blast again.
Wait, jump off my head. She'll never see it coming.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, I can do that, yeah.
The Mario Bros attack.
I go and I jump off of the Cyclops' head, and I cast Lightning Bolt!
Okay, before your turn, she is gonna cast...
Whoa, we did it.
The cake was a Dark Blast all along.
She's gonna cast Dark Blast at Captain Kidd.
We're fine. Oh, that is not good. That is
16.
not good.
That's gonna be 3 hearts.
Oh, shit, we're fine.
I am gonna jump off of the Cyclops' head and cast Lightning Bolt!
Get him!
You're not here right now. You're here, but like up.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, we're jumping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breath of the Wild, slow down. Wait.
I am gonna add 5 to that just in case.
And I would like to add 5 to that as well.
All right, you're both gonna add 5 to it to make it a 20.
Finish it.
Coins for the coin god.
All right, that's gonna hit her, and that will reveal her health bar.
Oh god.
No. Wait, I thought we were cooking.
She has a, well, we have a 20 though. It's a 20.
Yeah, it's 20, so it's gonna take half of her health. Okay.
Yo.
Oh god.
Captain Kid, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna ferociously eat at this bottom tier of cake in hopes that it will heal me and also knock her down a peg. Oh yeah.
No
Oh,
way.
he is born to eat. He is born to eat.
I still get it. He's a big guy.
It's like a decent chunk. It might get to the H. Yeah.
P birthday.
You're just eating away at a very even pace. And you'll heal back a heart. Philbo, you're up.
I would like to gallop forward. Can I grab Small Frog in my mouth and swing him towards the crying child?
Okay.
Is this bait?
Yeah, Small Frog, you're up again.
I'm in the air. I'll cast Hellfire.
Get in there. Yeah.
You're gonna cast Hellfire.
Oh, it's your turn to use it.
Oh my god. Oh, I hope I don't get caught up in this.
Oh, this is like a
this is.
Okay, let's see how well Hellfire goes.
Hopefully very well.
I don't know if I want this to go really well or really. I don't know what we
18.
want here.
How well did it go?
Pretty well.
Oh.
Maybe a little too well.
That me too.
No. Just as long as the gremlins are safe.
Okay, yeah, the gremlins are immune to Hellfire because they're creatures of hell.
Good.
Maybe we are the bad guys. I don't know.
I killed
we got it though.
But I took my own life in the process.
Don't worry, I'll bring you back.
The gremlins can now eat their food. There's only one thing that needs to happen now. All right, let's see if you can revive him.
My brother. I stick my throat down.
Wait, it's a 9. Okay.
Just one more time.
Yeah, one more time. Just
Didn't work.
It didn't work.
Oh no! Please, God, please.
No.
Please just top half. Please just top half.
Go on. Yes! The tongue finds its mark.
Okay.
And I tongue attack right back.
Oh, we just viciously make out.
Oh man.
Yeah, and you guys are going to win this adventure with 4 gremlins.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please, get a
I don't know.
room,
This
get
is
a
probably
room,
gonna
guys.
get cut out. I'm gonna be honest.
हेलो एवरीवन, तो कैसे आप सभी। तो देखिए, आज की वीडियो में हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि आपके 3rd और 5th सेमेस्टर की जो एग्ज़ाम डेट्स है उनकी अनाउंसमेंट हो चुकी है। तो जी हाँ, ये एक बिग अपडेट है। और अभी स्टूडेंट गुस्सा भी हो रहे होंगे कि सर अभी तो एग्ज़ाम ठीक से ख़त्म भी नहीं हुए हैं और अभी से आपने नेक्स्ट सेमेस्टर की जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स है वो आप अनाउंस कर रहे हो, वो आप अपडेट दे रहे हो हमें। और अभी तो काफ़ी स्टूडेंट ऐसे जो एग्ज़ाम के डिप्रेशन से बाहर भी नहीं आए हैं। जाहिर सी बात है, एग्ज़ाम मुझे लगता है कि स्टूडेंट के जीवन में सबसे बड़ी परीक्षा है, सबसे बड़ा इम्तिहान यही है कि हम इतने सालों बाद एक ऐसी परीक्षा में बैठते हैं जहाँ पे कुछ 10 सवालों में से 5 सवाल हमें करने पड़ते हैं और उन 5 सवालों से ही हमारे आने वाले करियर के का जो भी डिसीजन होता है वो लिया जाता है। तो आज हम बात कर रहे हैं ऐसे स्टूडेंट जिन्होंने 2022 और 23 में एडमिशन लिया था, जिनके अभी एग्ज़ाम ख़त्म हुए हैं या चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी चल भी रहे हैं एसओएल के एग्ज़ाम। ठीक है, तो मैं दोनों की बात इसलिए कर रहा हूँ, 2022 बैच के स्टूडेंट, 2023 बैच के स्टूडेंट, एनपी वाले जो स्टूडेंट है, मतलब कि जो अभी स्टूडेंट जिनका एग्ज़ाम अभी सेकंड सेमेस्टर जिन्होंने दिया और फोर्थ सेमेस्टर का जिन्होंने दिया है। तो अब आपके जो अपकमिंग सेमेस्टर है, जो थर्ड सेमेस्टर के जो स्टूडेंट जो अभी जिन्होंने अभी 2023 में एडमिशन लिया था, उनका थर्ड सेमेस्टर अब लग जाएगा। और फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर के वो स्टूडेंट जिनका फोर्थ सेमेस्टर जस्ट अभी खत्म हुआ है या जो अभी एग्ज़ाम दे रहे हैं, मैं दोनों इंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ। ठीक है, फिर आप कहोगे सर अभी तो एग्ज़ाम खत्म ही नहीं, क्योंकि अभी ऑनर्स वालों के एग्ज़ाम चल रहे हैं और बीकॉम प्रोग्राम वालों के भी। ठीक है, तो देखिए एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स अनाउंस कर दी गई है। जी हाँ, और ये जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स है ना, ये एसओएल, एनसीवेब और रेगुलर, मुझे लगता है रेगुलर और एनसीवेब के तो एग्ज़ाम पहले ही खत्म हो चुके हैं, तो तीनों के लिए सेम है, क्योंकि तीनों का एनईपी बेस्ड एडमिशन हुआ है और एनईपी की एग्ज़ाम डेट्स अनाउंस की गई है थर्ड और फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर की। तो सुनना चाहोगे आपके एग्ज़ाम कब से शुरू होने वाले हैं? चलो सुना देते हैं। देखिए, एग्ज़ाम डेट जाने से पहले मैं एक चीज़ें क्लियर कर देता हूँ आपसे। रेगुलर और एनसीवेब की जो क्लासेस है वो 1 अगस्त से हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी। ठीक है, और बाकी एसओएल की जो क्लासेस है उसके लिए सेपरेट शेड्यूल निकाला जाएगा। ठीक है, दूसरी चीज़, असेसमेंट की अभी डेट्स अनाउंस नहीं हुई है एसओएल के स्टूडेंट के लिए। बाकी प्रैक्टिकल की जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट है रेगुलर की और एनसीवेब की वो अनाउंस हो गई है। आपके अक्टूबर से नवंबर के बीच में आपके प्रैक्टिकल एग्जामिनेशन जो भी वो आपका होगा। ठीक है, अब एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स क्या है? तो एग्ज़ाम की आपकी जो डेट्स है वो है 10 दिसंबर। जी हाँ, सोल, रेगुलर और एनसीवेब थर्ड और फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर की जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स है 2022 और 23 बैच के जो स्टूडेंट है उनकी जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट्स है 10 दिसंबर से आपके एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट कराए जाएंगे। इससे पहले तो नहीं होंगे, इसके बाद ही होंगे, यानी कि आगे पीछे डेट हो चुका है। ये हो सकता है क्योंकि अभी हमने देखा कि आज फिलहाल डेट शीट भी चेंज की गई थी। तो बट जो एग्ज़ाम है दिसंबर के महीने में होंगे और 10 दिसंबर से आपकी जो एग्ज़ाम्स हैं उनको कंडक्ट कराया जाएगा दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा। जितने भी एसओएल के स्टूडेंट हैं थर्ड और फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर के, और जितने भी एसओएल, रेगुलर और एनसीवेब के स्टूडेंट हैं, तो एग्ज़ाम की डेट कंफर्म हो चुकी है थर्ड और फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर की। आपकी जो एग्ज़ाम की डेट है वो है 10 दिसंबर के बाद से, यानी 10 दिसंबर से आपके जो एग्ज़ाम्स है वो शुरू हो जाएंगे और मुझे लगता है पूरे महीने तक एग्ज़ाम चलेंगे। और एसओएल की तो बच्चों की संख्या भी ज़्यादा होती है, इनकी एग्ज़ाम जनवरी तक भी जा सकते हैं। बट एग्ज़ाम की जो स्टार्टिंग डेट है वो क्लियर हो चुकी है, क्योंकि एकेडमिक कैलेंडर जो जारी हो चुका है। 10 दिसंबर से थर्ड और आपके फिफ्थ सेमेस्टर की जो एग्ज़ाम की जो डेट है वो अनाउंस हो चुकी है। 10 दिसंबर से आपके एग्ज़ाम्स कंडक्ट होंगे। तो वीडियो कैसी लगी जरूर बताइएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
really stormy day out, guys. It's just a really stormy day.
Okay, yeah, you're able to get here, and the guards do not detect you at all.
Oh God,
Whoa.
it's just nature's
Wow.
so beautiful, guys.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video, and if you're new here, welcome. And this video is different than usual. Most of the time it's icebergs I upload or something along those lines. This one is Reddit stories that are unexplained or unsettling or just scary. Whether you think Reddit stories are cool or not, it's definitely worth it listening to these stories because they are so scary and just worth the listen. So welcome. Sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel. 250,000 subscribers is the channel goal for this year. So yeah, let's get into this first story. I asked the kid I was babysitting, "What do you think lurks out there in the forest?" He responded with, "My mother." I've been babysitting all summer in order to make some extra cash. At first, I just asked around at school if anyone needed a babysitter for their siblings or if they knew anyone who could be interested. I started babysitting kids whose families I knew, but eventually I needed more money, so I put up an ad on Craigslist. It wasn't long until I got a response. The family lived in the suburbs, but what bothered me was how close to the woods their house was, and the fact that they didn't have any neighbors. I got a bit freaked out at first, considering the fact that they were strangers with a cabin in the woods, but I decided to push through the fear for the money. The house was a cozy little cabin, clean, with a nice garden in the back that had a gate which led to a trail in the woods. They had a little lanterns hung out in the garden and a swing all the way in the back. The living room had a large window that faced directly the forest, and during the day, the room was bathed in sunlight. The kitchen was right next to it, with its counter facing another huge window, surrounded by pots and vines and stupid signs like "Home is where the family is," or "In this house, we say sorry." Upstairs, they only had the 2 bedrooms. The attic was a tiny space whose window faced the woods too. The kid was pretty quiet. Honestly, I neither liked or disliked him. I tried to form some sort of opinion, but he just didn't stand out in any way. He wasn't mean or stubborn, but he wasn't a sweetheart either. He must have been around 5 or 6 years old, so I would just put him to bed quickly and then snoop around the house. I've always been curious about whoever hired me, and I just know it's not exactly recommended, but I would just go through people's stuff whenever I felt bored. It must have been around midnight that night when I slowly pulled out one of the drawers in the maid bedroom. This one had all types of trinkets, coins, notebooks, pins, and buttons. This family liked to collect useless stuff and let it hang around the house, and I liked to explore it. As I was studying this little ceramic statue of a horse, I moved around, noticing the moonlight hit its porcelain from different angles. I debated whether to just take it or not. Would they even notice? My chest tightened and my mouth opened. The horse was no longer bathed in moonlight because this huge shadow had covered it and was dancing on its porcelain. Looking around a bit, I noticed the shadow took up half the room. I could not make out the silhouette or what could have made it. It just seemed so unexpected that fear crept up to me and froze me. Someone was at the window. I knew it could have been a bird. That's the rational explanation, and I could have solved all this doubt by just looking up. But I didn't, because what if it wasn't a bird? I stood still for so long, not knowing what to do, until it passed, and the horse was lit up again by the moonlight. I breathed a sigh of relief and put the horse in my pocket. I didn't know at the time, but that would have been my first contact with it. Something made me stop snooping around and just get downstairs. I turned on the TV and curled up on the couch. At one point during the night, I heard creaking upstairs. I know it shouldn't have freaked me out so bad, but I was still so scared that I went to check it out. The house was dark and quiet, and the two bedrooms facing each other were empty. Empty. Where did the kid go? Jason? My voice pierced the silence, and I felt like an intruder, destroying the quiet of the night. Jason, where did you go? I kept having the feeling of being watched, so I turned around, fixated on the attic door, which was now opened. My instincts kept telling me to just leave, but my head, now spinning, refused. What if we had an intruder? What if he'd taken Jason? If I had just looked up at the window when the shadow passed, now I would know what I was dealing with. If I just had the courage to face it. My voice sounded a lot weaker than the first time, but I still had to try. Jason? Yeah. The response was almost immediate and coming from the attic. Odd. What was he doing up there? I put my foot on the first step of the stairs. What are you doing up here? It's really late. Your parents are going to be home soon. Step after step, I tried to readjust my eyes to the darkness. The attic was really dark compared to the rest of the house, and I could make out a ray of light that traced out this tiny silhouette. Jason, are you here? What are you doing? You're freaking me out. I finally reached him and put my hands on his tiny shoulders, but he didn't respond. He was just staring out the tiny window into the woods. What's going on? I asked. What are you looking at? I sat next to him and stared out the window at the woods. There was a portion of grass beginning from the house, pierced by trees. The further you went, the denser the trees are, until you discover you were completely surrounded by the woods. Unable to see the sky from how tight the branches closed around you, the forest commenced from the garden and swallowed the horizon like a dark mass, blending with the sky. The window framed this darkness, this suffocating emptiness. It made me feel as if we'd reached the end of the world, and had we dared to venture into the forest, we'd just fall off the face of the earth. And there stood Jason, just staring. What are you seeing? He just wouldn't answer, so I decided to find out by myself. Studying the scenery, nothing particular stood out. Of course, I just needed to pay more attention. Yeah, the more you looked, the more movement you saw. Birds, animals, even the wind thrilled the branches and the leaves, the grass swaying gently in the wind. And then the shadows were the next thing you noticed. These forever moving stains on the ground. I could have stared out there for years. Maybe that's why Jason wasn't moving. There's just something about the night that keeps you up. What do you think lurks out there? I asked him, playfully. Where in the woods? Yeah, my mom. I blinked a few times. That was unsettling. I mean, kids say weird stuff, but why would he respond to that? Was that a your mom joke? Was he trying to be funny? What do you mean? What does lurk mean? Oh, lurk means, well, when you wait or move slowly in the darkness because you don't want to be seen. So like hiding? Yeah, but you're lurking when you also want to do something bad. Just how animals lurk before they attack. Or monsters, I added, trying to scare him. So what do you think lurks out there in the forest? My mother, he responded once again. My body tensed up. That's not funny. I don't want to be funny. Why would you say that? Your mom, that's an old joke, and it stopped being funny a while ago. I'm not joking. Okay, let's go to sleep. Your mother can't be lurking out there. I saw her and she's pretty nice. I don't know what she told you, but she doesn't eat people. She's out with your dad now, and they're gonna come home in a few hours. If they find out you aren't sleeping, I'll get a lot of shit for it. Shit. Don't tell your parents I said that. Come on, let's get down. I'm telling the truth. What? Is she a vampire? You know something was standing out the window earlier. I didn't really care that much about what I was saying because in my head everything had a logical explanation. Jason, however, widened his gaze. Yeah, that could have been her. Stop. I'm serious. And what does she want from us? Does she want to eat me? We were now in his bedroom and I had tucked him into bed. I had my back to the window, facing the hallway, which had now become way creepier than expected. She doesn't want to eat you. That's so great. I taste horrible anyways. Good night. I tried to stand up and leave, but he grabbed me. Wait, don't go. Look at me. What now? I want to tell you about this dream I had. This dream that woke me up, but you have to pay attention. Okay. So, in my dream, I was in a garden and I was thirsty and you were there too. And you tried to leave, but there were a lot of bushes around and you got lost. And I found this puppet. I hate it when people tell me about their dreams, but I sat there listening, facing Jason with my back to the window. Not because his story was interesting, not because I liked being there, because while he held me there, his eyes kept darting to the window. And I'd seen the shadow cover his face. Because he'd insisted I looked at him, but in reality, he didn't want me to turn around. So I listened until he abruptly finished his story when moonlight reached his face again. Thank you for the story. It was really interesting. You're welcome. Good night. Night. I spent the next hour in the other bedroom, fidgeting with the little porcelain horse. This kid was a lot braver than I thought. In the silence, I kept trying to make out distinct, unfamiliar sounds, but didn't succeed. The house had fallen asleep, and the night had become uneventful. His parents arrived soon after that. I put the horse in my pocket and went downstairs to greet them. Was he good, Keith? Yeah, the best. Don't worry. I studied both of them, head to toe, their clothes, mannerisms, facial expressions, but mostly the mom. Were you good? Asked the dad, jokingly. I hope so, I responded. They wanted to drive me home, but I insisted on taking my bike. I closed the door behind me, but instead of leaving, I headed to the backyard. I just wanted to see something. Climbing on the fence, I made it on the roof of the porch, right next to the bedroom window, hoping to see some signs of something. Anything. The window was covered in scratches, but nothing gave out what had been there. I stood there for a while. I don't know why. The parents had gone to sleep, and Jason was probably asleep in his room too. I studied the garden from that angle, then the woods, as quiet as a mouse, then the room where the parents were sleeping. After that, I don't remember how I got home. I don't even think I took my bike. I just ran frantically until my legs bled. I didn't even scream. I didn't look around or stop. Just ran until I reached my house and banged on the door. My mother answered, annoyed, and I ran past her, right to my bedroom, covered myself in a blanket, and started typing this. Because while I was watching the parents, something had caught my eye. In the hallway, what I thought to be a coat hanger moved all of a sudden. It had been standing there so still. I hadn't even bothered to notice it until it disappeared out of my range, then appeared again. This bony, twisted silhouette dragged itself into the bedroom and stood right next to the mother, who was sleeping. It looked uncanny, like a human who'd starved to death, with wide eyes and arms so long they trailed behind it when it walked out. It just stood there watching the parents, then lifted a bony finger and started counting. I stood there, frozen, watching this horrifying show, forever scarred in my head. It kept counting and counting and counting. I was so scared to move that I would have watched it forever. It wasn't until something else happened that made me break into this exhausting run. It saw me. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife, Lynn, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed anything weird behavior or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine, but that's what's so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it does not run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think would have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long, dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips though. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of my coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurrying off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of OJ in my hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with her wide, unblinking eyes and grinning like a Cheshire cat. I screamed, I'll admit it, not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason, at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all floors. I didn't run after her or even yell at her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she was really asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her coffee on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. the sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth she was doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was maybe done with her weird pranks, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have just given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking, and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax a little bit. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was maybe just a bad memory. Then, a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long, dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with this crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen for any sound. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the fuck, Lynn? I snapped. This shit is getting crazy fucking annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was so scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which felt like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom. So, I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thank God it didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked over for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers, and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closest door as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who's peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver down my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't even hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold, maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed to. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what had happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she wouldn't do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while. Possibly all night long. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear at that moment. I jumped from my couch and pounded my palm against the glass. Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell's wrong with you? Just go home, I shouted. Now. She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs, as if Lynn could hear them from her place outside. Her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife, such as, "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled on me. Like she hadn't just been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from the situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully, I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I didn't want to pry because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed, she said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with something like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread warming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually, as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside? I asked. Sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no, just to let you sleep, she said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else, I asked. No, she looked awful though, like she hadn't slept in days. I really think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believe she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was just being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting, but this wasn't just some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous even, like something sinister lurked behind her smile. I knew as her husband, I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed, so I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for just super short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away, so we didn't have to see her that often. I was happy to avoid this woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to do. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly. It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is this, what you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was thinking or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind me, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm seriously concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother, you would be as well. I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me, she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn, I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she was trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne, what's wrong? I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else, someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything, though. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube, Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talk to her, tried to coax her into going, willingly was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning just after breakfast. There was no way I was going in at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car was not there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose all scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here?" "Shh," Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight in. And if I hadn't left it for just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. "Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs," I whispered. He shook his head but followed me upstairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that, so we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something," Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoveled some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and the smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as quarters, while others were as tiny as marbles. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and I shuddered at the thought. "Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction, but your wife's in here collecting eyeballs," Chris said, gagging. "Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hall. "I'm getting nauseous." "All right." I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag again. "Who the lines up eyeballs in their closet like that?" Chris mumbled. "I tried to tell you she needed help," I said. "She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a exorcist," he said. "You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any..." His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why, I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. "Chris," I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just
There's a good child. Do as you're told. There's a good child. Do as you're told. See that one there? Let's wring them dry. There's a good child. Do as you're told. Look, a VIP. I always deliver. Bending the rules.
Time to twirl! Do you know who this big diamond? It's all yours!
Time for a lesson.
Time to twirl!
Bending the rules. There's no backing out now. For me or you.
Time to twirl! Do you know who this big diamond? It's all yours!
Who's the little backstabber?
Time to twirl! Oh dear.
Self-inflicted misery. There's no backing out now. For me or you.
Time to twirl!
Too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes and the huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she was nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some sort of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding, I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off her was so revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excitement, hiccuping sounds got louder, and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding, I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly. her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You alright in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run, go," I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later, I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the step. "Move your ass, Chris," I said quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wide and wide so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her, and then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt it reach onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rear view mirror. Sure, I'd see her there, running after us, but I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow, I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the past 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needed, but now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. "I found you." And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm still being watched. And alright, that wraps up the unexplained, weird Reddit stories. I guess this is way different than an iceberg, which is my usual, but I decided to, upload a different video. I don't know if this will get any views at all. I don't know if you guys will enjoy this at all, but I enjoyed the stories I chose. Not a lot of input on my end. I'm just reading stories, but I really hope you enjoyed it nonetheless, because I think this is definitely interesting. And let me know if you'd like to see any videos like this in the future, because I think they're just a lot of fun, because some of these stories are just so interesting and creepy and just so well put together. Whether they're real or not, I think it's still worth the read and still worth the listen. So yeah, if you're still watching, we're almost an hour in. Consider subscribing and liking the video for more. And yeah, thanks again for watching the video. And
the Spartans were such an elite fighting force. Were they born that way, subjected to a secret training regimen no other society had ever seen, raised to dedicate their lives to war? Well, the answers to some of those questions and the exact reason why the Spartans were so much better at fighting may surprise you. In fact, we might have to answer the question of whether the Spartans were actually better at fighting or if the myth of this ancient society has somewhat eclipsed its reality. So put on your best armor, expose your abs, and come back in history with us to discover what, if anything, has made us regard the Spartans as one of the most elite armies the world has ever seen. Throughout the Greek civilization, the city-state of Sparta was quite unlike its other famous sister states, including Thebes, Corinth, and of course Athens. Whereas most other city-states struck a balance to various extents between art, culture, industry, and war, Sparta seemed to focus exclusively on the latter. Though it was founded in 9th century BC, the peak years of the Spartan city-state came right after 404 BC, when it defeated Athens in the Peloponnesian War. Around that time, Sparta expanded its rule over many neighboring lands until it overextended itself by getting involved in the messy Persian civil wars and occupying Thebes, which eventually led to the first massive defeat of Sparta by a Theban. After this, the city-state started to rapidly decline, to a point of almost non-existence. If you've ever visited Greece or at least seen your favorite influencers' photos on Instagram, you might notice that aside from the nightclubs of Mykonos, travelers usually visit famous historic sites like the Parthenon in Athens, the Oracle at Delphi, or even the ancient city of Corinth. However, Sparta doesn't seem to be a big destination for anyone visiting the country. And that's partly because, to be honest, there's not much left of this once mighty city-state. But how come? Why aren't there countless temples, agoras, and other ancient sites littering the land around present-day Sparta, a town that's still in existence today on the Laconian Peninsula? The answer lies in the culture of Sparta cultivated in ancient times. The design of the city and its buildings were, well, Spartan. After all, there's a reason we use that word today to describe bare-bones, functional, and modest spaces. No one sculpted 20-foot-tall statues or engraved Corinthian columns in Sparta. From the day they were born, the people who lived there were focused on one thing and one thing only: preparing for war. You see, Sparta had a huge military culture, and we don't mean something akin to the modern-day US, where military members are generally well respected and the country employs its troops abroad quite frequently. No, we mean that every single man who could fight needed to fight, and not only fight but train from infancy to become the strongest, most stoic, most efficient soldier possible. One could argue that the training process for Spartan soldiers started quite literally from birth. A group of elders would evaluate every Spartan male infant right after they were born. Childbirth is difficult enough without a bunch of old men standing over you waiting for that final push, but the elders wanted to make sure that the new babies were well built and sturdy, according to the historian Plutarch. Since the story of Sparta has mostly been pieced together by the accounts of others, some of whom lived centuries after Sparta declined, like Plutarch, a lot of information about the city-state is somewhat vague. After all, the Spartans were too busy training to write down their history. It's a very harrowing initiation into life. Spartan boys had the privilege of living with their parents until the ripe old age of 7. This is in direct contradiction to most modern Mediterranean societies, where boys usually stay with their parents until the age of 27. Anyway, at the age where most kids today are entering 2nd grade and learning things like addition, subtraction, and spelling, Spartan boys were taken by the state and installed into the first of many barrack-style living situations that they would encounter in their lives to undergo the infamous Spartan training system, agoge. The boys had their heads shaved and they were separated into several groups called agalae, otherwise known as packs or a herd. Each group studied together, trained together, and lived together. Some boys who showed a surprising amount of intelligence and courage for their age were named captains. The captains of each group would immediately take charge to prepare the rest of the boys for the obedience expected of a soldier. These not even preteen kids would issue orders and punishments to their peers, or rather their subjects, that had to be adhered to by the rest of the company. And as the Lord of the Flies has shown us, putting a group of young boys in this type of situation always goes exceedingly well. Besides the physical training and obedience, the details of the rest of the boys' education are somewhat contested. The consensus among ancient Greek historians was that Spartan boys didn't receive much of an education beyond military training. However, more recent scholars, like Professor Stephen Hodkinson, have found evidence in other sources that besides their military training and living conditions, Spartan boys' education didn't differ much from the rest of their Greek counterparts. The standard Greek education of the time would have included instruction in reading, writing, math, as well as singing and dancing, even for a completely warlike society.
One's kitchen. Kitchen and snow. Or sorry, orange.
One enemy remaining.
There's actually.
Outside.
What out.
On her 100%.
Nice, let's go.
Let's try to get a lurk in towards
You
B.
don't have to get it, I think. Don't get it. It's fine. It's
We
fine.
got this.
Try to get a lurk towards B.
I'll give you a.
Gonna fake it.
Should I give you a Vandal? I can. AK go B.
AK go B, sure.
Okay. You good? Okay.
Should have KJ and I walk B.
Should we want drone belt and I'll peek with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
I'll flash for you.
I think it's good.
You flash for his drone and I'll go peek with the drone.
I'm gonna give you bomb, KJ. Lower mid.
And then after you flash, you can just run away right now, and then after you drone, you can go Sova as well.
Go through mid.
Viper, you can
Cash
go,
wanna go.
you can
I kind of want to go B.
You play heavy towards.
Viper's still B. They shock molly. Jet's swinging right side. Nice.
Okay. I'll walk up A. Cancel the B split, Kev. Just go ahead.
On mid right now. Okay, we're coming back.
Where are we going, eh? Okay.
Going to dirt side right now?
Yeah, dart towards this side so you can check gen.
Yeah,
one CT right now.
Viper and Sova started B. One's boiler right now. Sova's already here. It's a B guy. Shit's down. Two right. 3. One backside. One more. Dead. Nice.
One left.
Sova's gonna be a raptor or boiler. Never.
He went raptors.
Yeah, modding.
I raptor.
Raptor, take Sova.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, CT.
Let's go. Good shot.
And now let's just hit B.
Holy shit, this game.
Win. Show me
Yo,
where
our
to go.
KJ hasn't got a kill yet.
Actually insane. Holy fuck.
I killed Joe. You already did a hold.
I gotta feel bad. KJ Icebox is fucking horrible.
Jed, go as slow as you can on the hit, so I can.
Slow, yeah.
As long as we're together.
Just keep taking it slow. We're good. I think Viper just walled from A. I'm pretty sure. I think
Pull
Viper A.
just to push belt and the push mid. Just be aware of that. Children can hold it all. Alright, drone up. Yeah, one there. On A.
Could walk down mid with as well.
He ran towards back yellow, so dart yellow after and we scale right. Slowly
Up.
Dart. Yes, scale.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Here, yellow. Good flash.
Here we go.
That's man.
Upper. Drop.
One down. More.
Nice trade. One more. Right side of mid
Should have plant. Sova.
One's going B main, I
play
think.
that.
One's going B main, I'm pretty sure. Flank.
One's stuck here, by the way.
Is he?
Holy shit, man.
So, Sova's solo holding it for now. Good Jets with you.
I have snowman.
I'm pretty sure.
You're Gucci. We have Dart in too, we can check. They're just waiting, guys.
Mid. What is his timing?
Orange and top side.
Mid and top side.
Hold up.
What is his timing, dude? What is that timing?
Talk.
Me first.
God
We can molly
damn
first.
it. I just cleared the corner and he peeked me.
Okay.
It's insane.
Oh, yeah.
Yellow, cross yellow, run.
Oh, no.
Me first.
Pushing Killjoy under you, behind you.
Yeah, shot.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go, KJ!
Yo, first kill! Let's go! Oh, we're back, man.
Let's go! You're him. I'm gonna get an op here on attack.
Fuck.
I think he's gonna op. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's good.
Should I hold like bottom two? There's no way he walks down, right?
No, they won't.
Nah, I don't think so. I think he's just gonna op it.
They're gonna group up. They're gonna hit the right side, so they're gonna be doing a high-low after probably. So if you want to op something, it's towards there.
Okay.
Hey, one's always hard, man.
You wanna flash for his drone? You wanna flash for his drone? Are you droning Silver or no?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright, he has ult, so
I want you.
we should do the fake A go B again.
Drone deeper.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hold B
You
space
guys
then.
just flash and leave, I think.
Take flight.
Tech side.
Could be close under.
Close.
Nice. 1v4.
80 on Sova, backside.
Get ready to go B, guys.
Let's start walking, kid.
Wanna do something risky? Raptors?
Yeah, I'm
Jump spot it.
Let's leave. Leave right now.
Alright, come back.
Nice.
Yeah, two more here. Go B. Kill Joy and Silva. Oh,
Nice,
yeah,
come up.
baby.
Last two A, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, last two, 100%.
Alright, I'm gonna take space, fuck it.
Yeah, John, I'm ready to trade you. I won't shoot it.
Walk it.
One mid. Boys boiler. One here.
I went back.
I don't know.
Walking.
We push up A. I'm playing off you.
One enemy remaining.
Saving. Nice. I think saving or summit already. Mid? Okay.
Flawless.
Nice, let's go. Oh, look at us working, man. Inspirational.
Good kills.
They're just batteries.
Hit
broke again.
Group.
Sure. They should stack.
Oh yeah, jet.
Yo, Silva, by the way.
It's enough draft here.
Try to dart, like. Try to dart there for yellow.
Up here.
I don't have the lineup, so I'm gonna have to jump up and grab it.
Okay.
Alright, I'm up drafting right here, so we're gonna
And
go
then after,
fast.
I want you to dash on top of yellow so you can kill him if he plays yellow. Okay, I'll flash for you.
I'm going pretty
Just make
quick
sure to wait for my flash on the yellow one.
Where are you gonna
I'll
flash?
I'll go as fast as I can.
Okay.
I'll flash you back here.
Close right!
Close right! Trade! Go. Hold up. Oh, fuck. Yellow.
Scanning ahead.
One in the brightest! Yellow. Oh my god.
Up.
They're all dead?
Nice. Oh my god, they had 5 there. Oh my god, they had 5 there.
Thank god you pop knives, huh?
Yeah, no joke, no joke.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want Killjoy and Viper to look through mid. I'm sure you guys can get something.
Yeah, while we
We'll
make...
just-
Can you buy me one?
Yeah.
Alright, Killjoy, I got it. Come here. Listen,
Reyna
I'm gonna
drop.
instantly orb up. I'm gonna walk up tube, and then when I tell you, I want you to break the turret boiler, alright? When I tell you. I'm gonna walk up tube, you break the turret from like bottom, like here, and I'm gonna walk up.
I'm gonna hold the pipes peak. I think
you
so.
can make
Don't
noise
come closer,
running away.
Sova. Maybe just dart this time.
Yeah. Just drop here and you're fine. Don't even dart. You're fine. Hold on. They're too scared. One close.
I'm holding top pipes on the over here.
Here on ping. Not pipe.
I'll tell you one.
Barrel's clear.
Yeah, break it.
Sova screens.
Relax. Take it slow. You have alert timing. I'll flash. Counter is flat.
Sova jet right now.
I'm up kitchen. It's quiet as fuck. One
Take your
boiler.
time a little bit. Take your time.
Yeah.
Holding right.
Can y'all make noise like right now? Yeah.
You see me?
It's quiet on me.
I could ult it.
Walking. Wait.
Spike down A.
One top side on B. I can kill him maybe. Coming kitchen. Come B. That kitchen. Come B.
I know we're leaving. Orb up.
Viper's like, I think Viper B.
Yeah, could be
where.
push up B.
Yeah, I don't know where.
He always.
Yeah, backside.
Where's where? Okay.
Yellow.
He's yellow.
They know we're here,
He
but
may reposition, care.
he ran away. I heard him.
Yeah, backside area. He doesn't have a lot of field.
He's gonna be close to CT. He's up. Tap that bomb. Hold close, Killjoy.
I just posted snow for you. 2 orange.
30 seconds left.
You're Gucci.
Viper Sova orange.
Up again.
Keep holding snow.
You try to get it down, bro.
Not that
Try to
shit.
stick. Your jet's trying to hold for you.
Top side.
Outside one. Jet top side. We're ulting. Close. They're trying to scale. Already tapped. Two more. 1v3.
I fucked up.
I see it, bro. Good damage. We'll take that.
I should have thrown the smoke forward and peeked right.
Good.
Just let them try to catch me.
Okay, I'm gonna do something really stupid. I'll try to scale up as fast as possible through here. So you guys just need to make as much attention on A. The rest of you guys can lurk.
On A?
Yeah. I'm down to just hit A, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so.
Not just straight out and go A.
The thing is that they might be playing off after.
That's fine. I can get like a deep hit screen so they can't kid you. Like they have
I try to
kid
go
you,
as slow as
Raptor.
possible so that they are confident. They
You wanna
go
go
up.
slowly?
They go up, we kill them. Yeah.
Okay.
If we go slow, they're gonna go up. Like that jet.
Holding for dart.
Still in sight.
Dart mid.
Dart
I
mid.
think he's Raptors, right? Or under Raptors.
Flash. Right here. He may be upping B, care. Or like a
Hey,
late B.
dart deep.
Yeah.
That's
Up
up.
here. Right. I will. Flash. Can we try to peek? Can you dart or anything? Or joining? There's 3 here.
They know I'm here in the corner.
I have a Reyna jet there. I'm waiting.
I'll be scared.
DJ Viper B.
I'm gonna go around and peek out. I might walk up, honestly.
I think I'll just try to walk B while Jet goes for op kill. Boiler spamming. I'm in tube. One boiler right now. Boiler darted mid.
One guy's rotating. One guy's rotating off A.
3 mid, bro. Sova, Jet, +1. Sova, Jet, KJ mid.
I had to read too.
It's 1-3-1. One
I had to
base,
read
3
too,
mid,
but I fucked up. I don't know. It's too hard to do that. Damn.
Seconds left. Last player standing.
Close.
Sure.
Let's try something. We're gonna take B quiet, so it's only like Killjoy and Viper. What I want you guys to do is you guys go all the way. Up, snowman, okay? As far as you can. Yeah, just you done. And we'll make as much as I.
We'll try.
But Killjoy's playing retake off from B, so he's playing mid. So
Who's starting? Who's going? Are we faking A?
Yeah,
basically,
yeah. We're gonna walk B, KJ and I.
Are we taking bomb?
You guys know your leg timing, so do your best with that.
I'll or mid, and I'll come to you. Can you grab bomb, KJ, and go B?
You gonna drone or dart?
I'm gonna answer drone.
Okay.
Take flight.
Blocking sight.
Or B. I got scanned in mid. Scan you, KJ?
I did.
Okay.
Blocking sight.
Still do it. It's okay.
Close.
Shot spotted.
Two there. They use KJ ult and Sova. You should get out. You should get out.
I'll be B.
I'll go.
Just B line.
Getting out right now.
Oh.
To be on with the app.
Spike down B.
I'll try to work it out.
I have bomb on B. He could be pushed.
One mid. Jet's on the bomb B.
Last player standing.
Huh, 2 mid.
142 Sova.
Oh my god.
No way.
2 mid.
This is fucked. I feel like we just need a group.
Yeah. We should try, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I'll get.
I'll try grouping.
Yeah, I think we can just 5 men here, I'm not gonna lie. I got my pit. Go either A or B, I don't care.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's gonna op A. Just gonna scout this guy with the flashes.
And Sova, dart from here. I mean drone from here. Don't even waste anything. How they're playing is Jet upping rafters and Reyna's close. That's it. They have nothing else. So Reyna's like here or here. Get ready for that.
I mean, the guy is like just annoying. I just looked at his user card. He's just annoying.
Clear up.
Welcome to
my
world.
Take flight. Yeah. Okay.
Peek. Wow, he can shoot that wide? That's insane.
One more rafter.
That guy's crazy.
Wait for dart.
That guy's crazy.
You're Gucci. Unless she's healthy, probably.
No,
play for everything. Cancel that.
Try back up.
You have Silva ult too. You have Silva ult.
Someone just hold the flank, please.
Half flank for the right side, not the belt.
Playing deep. Someone should play like.
Fucking send out.
Nice.
Hey, Jake can molly first. I can molly second. Or on the rope. Yo, he's gonna skill on the rope. Like top side. I'm just playing jail. Dart. Get ready to molly, KJ. All three.
Solid.
I'm molly next. Sova, can you get in the pit with me, maybe?
Sova, just close. No, Sova play last. You have ult.
No.
Pod. Off.
Use dart.
Spam next. Spamming. I got spam. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
One enemy remaining.
Off.
Bro, what is even happening?
Oh my god. Let's go.
Okay. Let's
I
take
think
A
Sova
again.
just play last, right? Just
I'll
use
try to
the
go
ult.
with you so you don't let
I mean, I guess if he saves it, it's better, but...
Reyna always fights. He's gonna take a timing. He's gonna go for kill and you.
Okay, so what we do if he's fighting, we just need to throw a dart up here, and he won't be able to scale as fast.
You're gonna go A again, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try to go from pipes.
Let's go fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go from pipes.
You want me to dart off it?
No. I want you to dart deep onto this box so that Reyna can't swing anymore. Well, not this box. You know nest? On top of nest there. It's gonna scan close.
I've tried drone, right?
Yeah, you can drone.
I've KGL for post.
Yeah,
Okay.
just use it. I'm flashing for you just in case. Drone now.
Grab.
On top screens, I think. Let's go, Jack. Come here.
Close, rapper.
Let's go, Jaden. I'm with you. Flash for you.
Yo. One more, rapper. Running screen. KJ my default.
Nice, I have KJ off.
KJ my. Sova screen.
Tank is open.
Okay, play back. Play for a minute. Yo, Jet, me and you, we stay up because we're a duelist.
Fire.
I'll hold your left. I got your left.
I'm saying Miz.
Anyone hold Raptor or no?
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Someone hold Raptor or no?
Yeah, I got it.
Hold Raptors. Yeah, I'm playing off you.
I can't see Raptor.
Letting them out.
Saving.
Okay.
Whatever.
Play off now. We're close on Viper.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Flawless.
Dude, my spray
go
is
B now.
fucking wild.
Keep your control for later, okay?
Okay.
I whiffed again.
Gonna go B, you said?
Yep, hit B as a group.
Alright, okay, KJ for the post. I feel like this guy shouldn't up here, but he could.
No.
Should up A. We've been owning A.
Kid. Jet, I want you to drop again. I'll flash for you.
Okay.
Still want my drone close or?
No, keep it. Just dart yellow later.
Viper.
Okay.
Viper,
Go up,
care.
dart yellow.
Let's go.
Check close left, by the way. Flashing for you, Jet, you ready?
Yeah.
Wall up.
Go up.
Could be yellow.
Okay, let's go up.
Try to get bombed down as soon as you can. I don't have a lot of fuel. Wall down soon, guys. Wall down soon.
Is that KJ's?
Wall down. Care.
Got one.
So hide. Get back.
You can KJ
Run back.
Okay.
You're fine.
Sorry, one.
On Jet 2.
Top side.
Player standing. Spike down B.
NT.
Oh, that's right.
That drone
Defenders win.
fucked us. I had a good time. I should have
Vegas next.
Fuck that drone. He cleared me. God damn it.
Fake comeback.
Yeah.
Actually had that shit.
Yeah. Damn. They had a team over there. Damn. Was a fake comeback though.
Match found.
There might be some benefit to its citizens knowing how to read and write, if for no other reason than to communicate between troops and be able to see the "Welcome to Athens" sign to know they're in the right place prior to an invasion. Just because they might have been able to do some simple multiplication, it doesn't mean that boys in Sparta had anything like a normal childhood experience. Their instructors often forced them to remain barefoot day and night, even as they walked around outside. This was done to help them toughen up, both metaphorically and literally. One of the goals of Spartan training was to make boys' skin hard and dry. The reasoning was that this would protect the men when they had to traverse hard terrain. To enable the hardening of their skin, the boys seldom used any of the ointments available in the ancient world and tried to bathe as little as possible. Given this information, we can't imagine what the stench of a company barracks would be like after a few years, but this was also likely a way to toughen the boys up, since the boys had to be resourceful on the battlefield, and while marching to war, they weren't given beds upon joining the company. Instead, they were encouraged to make their own beds from anything they could rip out of the ground, most often plants and grasses from the riverbanks. Lastly, to ensure the boys could withstand the most extreme temperatures while engaged in battle, they were only given one cloak to wear. Most of the time, they were forced to stay naked in all kinds of weather conditions. If you're thinking of sunny Greek beaches right now and wondering why this would even be a big deal, keep in mind that the average low temperature in Sparta in the winter is 39 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's in the middle of our current terrifying climate change. There's a good chance that it might have been even lower back then. Now, even though these conditions would already merit a call to CPS these days, to be clear, your child's bed cannot consist of plants that they have torn out from the riverbanks. We still have a long way to go when it comes to the brutal specifics of Spartan training. During this time of the young boys' lives, in addition to being trained to fight and withstand the elements, the boys were regularly beaten. This was both a form of punishment for anyone who fell out of line, as well as a way to increase their pain tolerance over time and make them able to take hits. Unfortunately, some accounts say children who were deformed or maimed as a result of the training would go the way of all the disabled people in Sparta, namely left on a mountain to die. As you can tell, not much imagination went into these punishments. Other aspects of training included wrestling, as depicted on countless urns in museums worldwide today, races, and one peculiar game in which two groups of boys would try to push each other off an island. Pushing, biting, kicking, and gouging sensitive parts of the body were all allowed, so the rules for this game were lax, to say the least. Basically, anything considered red card or criminal offense behavior in sports today was cool with the Spartans. The philosopher Xenophon noted Spartan boys' diets. With all this physical activity and endurance tests, one would imagine the boys needed hearty meals throughout the day. However, the Spartans, and especially Lycurgus, the founder of the military training system, had a curious belief that keeping boys thin would help them grow tall. We know of no medical backing to that idea, but then again, we're also fairly certain thunderstorms are not the result of Zeus's unchecked anger issues. So a lot of ancient ideas don't really hold water anymore. The belief resulted in the Spartan boys being kept underfed. This underfeeding had a dual purpose. Spartans wanted their boys to learn how to steal food and get away with it. The idea was, as Xenophon said, that this would make the boys more resourceful in getting supplies and better fighting men. However, if any of the boys stealing food were to get caught, they would be whipped as punishment. If you had the thought that Spartan training seemed to create a lot of no-win situations for Spartan kids, you would be correct. Spartans, elite warriors, definitely. Model parents, definitely not. One annual ritual for the children in training even made a game of the concept. The boys had to try to steal food from the temple altar, mostly cheese, while trying to dodge the whips of the temple guards, which sounded like one of the strangest video games ever invented. However, either Spartan boys were completely brainwashed or they had the best poker face of all time, because historians like Reiter said that many boys wanted to be whipped in public, as the boys looked forward to the public display of their fortitude. After several years of this torturous existence, at around age 14, Spartan boys would move from the first level of their training, pede, this to petty. Ski. And in case you think that the boys got any kind of a break, don't worry, things only became tougher and more brutal as time went on. As the boys grew older, they were encouraged to exercise for longer and more intensely to reach peak physical fitness. By encouraged, we mean they faced frequent inspections of their bodies, and whoever didn't look ripped enough was flogged, like a somehow more horrible prototype of The Biggest Loser reality TV show. You might have also heard a lot of rumblings about relationships between adult men and underage boys in Sparta, as well as in ancient Greece in general after boys reached puberty. There's still some academic disagreement over the existence of this practice. However, it seems more historical sources err on the side of it being widely accepted as part of military training. Plutarch spoke about older warriors, meaning young adult men, known as erastes, engaging in mentoring relationships with teenage boys, known as iromenos, that included a sexual relationship component. Other Greek historians like Xenophon stated that Lycurgus's laws prohibited such relationships in Sparta. Unfortunately, multiple accounts exist of these kinds of relationships being somewhat common in ancient times, so it seems unlikely that Sparta would have deviated from the practice, especially given the realities of men sharing space with only men for most of their lives. After the age of 20, Spartan men could officially join the military and vote. However, they were still not considered full-grown adults, but rather hibontes, and thus still under the supervision of the pedonymos, the official overseeing of the entire educational system. Some of these hibontes would be nominated to leadership positions, others were selected for the secret police, which we'll get into in a second, and still others who shined during training were handpicked. For the Hippes infantry, 3 commanders selected 100 men for this highly regarded infantry group, meaning there were 300 in total, a number you might have already associated with Sparta or slow-motion action shots. According to Xenophon, men were separated into these groups and they would feel exceptional loyalty to their commander, who chose them to become competitive with the other 2 groups. Because of this dynamic, men for this highly regarded infantry group, meaning there were 300 in total, a number you might have already associated with Sparta or slow-motion action shots. According to Xenophon, men were separated into these groups and they would feel exceptional loyalty to their commander, who chose them to become competitive with the other 2 groups. Because of this dynamic, men would be on the lookout for and report bad actions by competing groups within the hippies. This system kept everyone in check. All of this meant that Spartan men were not encouraged to marry until at least 30 years old, when they were considered full adults. That's quite an old marrying age for Greece in ancient times, or for that matter, the US Midwest today. Furthermore, as women were mandated to receive an education up until the age of 18 or 20, they also could not marry before this age, something that wasn't a given in ancient and medieval societies. Actually, according to Spartan law, men had to find suitable wives who were old enough to enjoy sex, which was generally seen as someone at least over the age of 18. This might be one of the few times where women's enjoyment of sex factored into marriage calculations at all in history. In fact, in addition to receiving well-rounded education and marrying as adults, women in Sparta were generally regarded very progressively for the time. Women were encouraged to be athletic and compete in sports, and according to reports from outsiders who visited Sparta, they dressed quite revealingly for the time. In fact, just as the boys would compete and play outside naked, girls would often play in the nude as well. This generally equal attitude Sparta held toward men and women continued into adulthood, unlike the famed democracy of Athens, where women were expected to mostly stay confined to the home and had little in the way of rights. Spartan women had many responsibilities. They owned property, traveled freely, and would often take lovers both prior to and after marriage. For all the austerity and repression enacted in other parts of Spartan life, Spartan women were by far the most liberated in the country. In fact, Plutarch supposedly noted an interaction between a woman from Attica, the area around Athens, and Queen Gorgo, King Leonidas' wife, that exemplified the difference between how the two cultures viewed women. The woman from Attica asked the queen, "Why is it that you Spartan women are the only women that lord it over your men?" And Queen Gorgo replied, "Because we are the only women." An interaction between for all the austerity and repression enacted in other parts of Spartan life, Spartan women were by far the most liberated in the country. In fact, Plutarch supposedly noted an interaction between a woman from Attica, the area around Athens, and Queen Gorgo, King Leonidas' wife, that exemplified the difference between how the two cultures viewed women. The woman from Attica asked the queen, "Why is it that you Spartan women are the only women that lord it over your men?" And Queen Gorgo replied, "Because we are the only women that give birth to real men." This is one of the first recorded historical examples of a diss. This air of liberation meant that some of the most repeated rumors about Sparta could be slightly wrong, and in fact, many historians have been pushing back on the common knowledge about marriage and gender relations in Sparta. Many have heard the story about how a woman before her wedding night would have her head shaved, wear boys' clothes, and lie in the darkness waiting for her husband. Supposedly, the haircut and the clothing were a way to help the men ease into having sex with women after only being exposed to other men in the barracks. Knowledge about marriage and gender relations in Sparta. Many have heard the story about how a woman before her wedding night would have her head shaved, wear boys' clothes, and lie in the darkness waiting for her husband. Supposedly, the haircut and the clothing were a way to help the men ease into having sex with women after only being exposed to other men in the barracks. However, considering that even with barracks training, Spartan boys and teens would have been roaming outside for very long periods of time, girls were encouraged to engage in sports and outdoor play constantly, not to mention visit the town, the market, and religious ceremonies that the boys would have also been present at. It's unlikely boys and girls would have had almost no contact prior to their eventual wedding. In fact, since girls even engaged in athletics nude sometimes, it's likely Spartan men would have already seen much more of any future wife of theirs than men in other parts of Greece. Furthermore, the idea that women cropped their hair short in order to resemble men is undercut by the reality that most Spartan men wore their hair long. So why would a short haircut be necessary to resemble men in the first place? One explanation given by historian Helen P. Schrader for why such myths persist, besides the general lack of reliability and overall embellishment found in ancient historical texts, is that young women would disguise themselves as boys at night to sneak out and meet up with their lovers who were also sneaking out from the barracks to engage in clandestine sex. We can't be sure exactly which interpretation is correct, but it is likely that even with some realistic faux kidnapping happening on wedding nights, Spartan men and women interacted much more with each other throughout their lives than most people realize. After the age of 30, when Spartan men could marry and had fully completed their education, they would also be assigned a kleros, a parcel of land farmed by helots, i.e. slaves. At this point, Spartan women often fully ran not only the household but also the farms and the wider estate, making final decisions on many financial and other matters. The idea was that Spartan men were so focused on continuous military training and being devoted members of the army that Spartan women had to do all the jobs that men would usually take care of in other parts of ancient Greece. So how often would Spartan men actually be at war? Well, the answer might surprise you. And it has quite a lot to do with why Spartan society was so militaristic in the first place. In danger of sounding like Sparta's therapist, it's clear there must have been some deep-seated reason for this obsession with war. And the answer is simple and uncomfortable: slaves. After its formation, Sparta very quickly conquered some neighboring lands. Instead of extending citizenship or even basic inclusion in Spartan society, they enslaved the populations they invaded. The Spartans named these enslaved people helots. The children of helots were born enslaved in Spartan society, doomed to remain serfs to the entire Spartan warrior class until the end of their lives. However, the number of helots was not only significant, it was a majority of the Spartan population. Through whatever records they have found, archaeologists estimate that about 90% of people living within Spartan territory were enslaved helots. Obviously, such a huge population of helots would pose a threat to Spartan hegemony. Just by sheer numbers, the helots could easily revolt and overthrow their Spartan overlords in pursuit of their freedom. And this was why Sparta became crazed about creating warriors in the first place. Spartan men were trained to be such great fighters, they could not only suppress any slave rebellion, but also intimidate the helots so the latter wouldn't even dare to rebel. In Spartan society, killing a helot was not considered a crime at all. In fact, as part of their military training, many Spartan boys were encouraged to run rampant through the countryside, killing helots at will, with the goal of so thoroughly breaking the spirit of the helot population that they would be too scared to step out of line. Other young Spartan men engaged in spycraft during their agoge, serving on a secret police force known as the Cryptia. The purpose of the force was to sniff out any signs of potential rebellion among the helots and ensure that retribution for even the idea of a possible rebellion was swift and brutal. Sparta treated its slaves so miserably that Athens, another slave-owning city-state, was appalled at how horrible the fate of helots in Sparta was. So what does this have to do with Sparta's wider military campaigns? Well, because the Spartan military was mostly formed to keep the local helots suppressed, historians believe that the Spartan army actually preferred to engage in battles and suppression tactics at home, rather than galloping off on military campaigns. The first time Sparta actually engaged in a sustained military campaign far from the city-state was in its war against Athens around the 4th century BC. Before that, Spartan soldiers preferred to remain near their home, with only relatively quick expeditions outside of their base, and resisted getting drawn into broader regional conflicts. But the Spartans are held up as a great example of military achievement and prowess, so they must have engaged in and won some great wars, right? Well, yes and no. Yes, Sparta did end up engaging in some truly phenomenal battles, sometimes facing incredible odds. The most famous of these battles, which catapulted Spartan soldiers to fame, was the Battle of Thermopylae against the Persians in 480 BC. Interestingly enough, this was actually a battle that the Spartans lost. The Persians, who at the time had one of the most formidable empires the world had ever seen, were advancing against Greece. The Greek city-states had united against their imminent threat, and one of the few times that they would cooperate in this way, as their favorite pastime when not facing external enemies, was finding reasons to invade each other. As the Persians advanced under the leadership of Xerxes, they found themselves having to navigate the narrow pass at Thermopylae. It was at this point that King Leonidas, along with 300 Spartans and 4,000 other Greek soldiers, held off the Persians at the pass for 3 days straight. This was partly due to their use of the phalanx, which was common in other parts of Greece, but particularly perfected by the Spartans. One thing the Spartans' educational system did very well was instilling a strong sense of obedience, conformity, and teamwork in the city-state soldiers. These qualities, in addition to the Spartans' general superior physical fitness, allowed them to implement the phalanx system better than most. Soldiers held bronze shields in their left hand to protect their bodies. Then they held lances in their right hands and formed a tightly packed formation approximately 8 men deep. This intimidating shape advanced into opposing armies, spearing many soldiers while sustaining minimal damage because the bronze shields protected the infantrymen of the phalanx. Due to their training and tight bonds, Spartan soldiers were renowned for holding this formation far longer than most other armies, making it difficult for opposing generals to break through their ranks. To further demonstrate their nerves of steel, they would usually advance in time to a song called Song of Castor, played by flautists at the back of the army and chanted by the infantrymen themselves as they pushed forward. It's chilling to imagine a bronze-laden death machine slowly inching toward you. At the same time, men with lances singing along to a little ditty, so sure of their superiority and eventual victory that they don't even have to scream or rush toward you. This phalanx formation held off the Persians for 3 days, even when a traitor named Ephialtes showed the Persians an alternate route, leading them to surround the remaining Spartans. The Spartan soldiers inflicted such great damage on the Persian army before they were all eventually killed that it changed the course of the war. Not to mention the rest of the Greek soldiers and ships had ample time to get back to the Gulf of Corinth, fortify their position, and prepare their defense for the incoming weakened Persian army. Even the rival Athenians had to admit that without Sparta, it's unlikely the Greeks would have won their war against the Persians. That's why the Battle of Thermopylae made Spartans the undisputed champions of warfare for the time. However, upon closer inspection of the Spartan war record, it becomes clear that the Spartans seemingly lost just as many battles as they won, and their victory count wasn't significantly more impressive than a lot of other Greek city-states. For example, though Sparta did defeat Athens in the Peloponnesian Wars, the city-state had to ask Persia for financial assistance to do so. This flies in the face of the image of Sparta as an incredibly patriotic, loyal society fueled by higher militaristic ideals. After the battle that made them famous, Sparta won additional battles at Plataea and Mantinea, but were defeated in 3 subsequent battles. After Thebes dealt Sparta one last stunning blow at Leuctra, Spartan society never really recovered to the heights of its former glory, both in practice and in the perceptions of the other Greeks. Part of the problem was that while their use of the phalanx helped them greatly, they relied too much on the tactic and were perhaps somewhat unimaginative when employing other maneuvers. This makes sense considering that Spartan education emphasized obedience and group cohesion and placed much less emphasis on innovation or creativity. In addition to the fact that Sparta was reluctant about sending its army too far from home for too long, it turned out that Spartan soldiers couldn't really lead sustained foreign campaigns even if they wanted to. Invading and conquering lands involves much more than being good at fighting. Maintaining a large population of well-equipped, trained, and fed soldiers hundreds of miles from their homes and keeping bases well established and protected enough in various conquered lands so you can hold them and keep the population obedient requires much more than combat training. When it came to the practical logistics of such matters, Sparta failed completely. Part of the problem may have been that Sparta was a relatively small society, and the free men of Sparta, who could actually fight, were, as discussed before, a ridiculously small percentage of that society as well. But perhaps it was also the fact that every man in Sparta being a soldier meant that all the other specializations that would keep a society and an actual war running, in reality, were absent. In fact, a lot of aspects of the Spartan military ethos should not be idolized. The tale of Aristodemus, one of the only survivals of the Battle of Thermopylae, exemplifies how an obsession with honor, death in battle, and glory became completely toxic in Spartan society. Aristodemus and another warrior at Thermopylae contracted eye infections at the beginning of the fight, making them somewhat useless during the ongoing battle. King Leonidas ordered them to return to Sparta. Though the other warrior found a way to sneak back into the battle regardless, Aristodemus decided to obey his king's orders and return to Sparta. Unfortunately, Sparta was the birthplace of the phrase "Itani epitas," the classic goodbye Spartan mothers would give their sons, meaning return with your shield or on it. When Aristodemus returned unharmed and intact from a battle the Spartan army had lost, he was completely ostracized from Spartan society. The fact that he had left on the king's order didn't matter at all. Patches were sewn into his clothing so everyone would know he was a trembler, what Spartans called those who they considered cowards and undeserving of the status of a Spartan man. Everyone he had ever known turned a cold shoulder, literally, as in people around him had to ignore him when he passed by. Anyone passing him in the street would choose to stop ignoring him only long enough to tell him to get out of their way, and he would have no choice but to do so. Perhaps most ridiculously, his children were prohibited from marrying, as Spartan society now judged them to have the genes of a coward. And what else would you expect from a society that left newborn babies on the mountain to die at the first sign of imperfection? Aristodemus did eventually restore his honor by recklessly running into the next battle that came his way and dying. Still, his posthumous honoring probably did little to rectify the humiliation he suffered his whole life. In short, the answers to why the Spartans were so much better at fighting are because they lived in constant fear of a justified slave revolt. Their educational system wiped out a lot of their individuality and instilled obedience, aggression, and discipline instead. Physical fitness was highly encouraged, and yet at the end of the day, perhaps they weren't all that better at fighting after all. Well, at least their non-enslaved women were relatively well off. We had to find a way to end this on a good note. Now check out Most Hardcore Soldier, Spartan, or watch this video instead.
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
You felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay. Do you have a Lee chess account? Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million? Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen? Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. I mean, I'm not even strapped in, but I'm nervous, so hopefully, hopefully you're doing good over there.
Yeah, this feels like when you're at the doctor and they take your blood pressure.
We're here with another episode of Lie Detector Chess. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura has been strapped in. Super Grandmaster, your streamer, World Fisher Random Champion, 5-time US Champion. I didn't come with a pedigree list beyond that, so we'll leave it there.
It's good enough.
Pretty good intro, okay. You know who he is, or you wouldn't be watching this video. That's the truth, because I'm just the guy asking the questions here. Hikaru has never seen these questions before, and I'm actually just seeing them for the first time now too. Let's go. Do you believe anybody is better than you at speed chess?
Yes.
Who?
Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru's lying.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I think, okay, well, there's good to know.
Oh, wait. Now he's getting your reaction, so he's not really completely sure about it.
I'm gonna switch gears. Do you think if you focused on just classical chess, that you would become world champion?
In the current environment, yes.
True.
Love it.
Hikaru, can you make a first move now?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
You're saying all questions are going to revolve around Magnus. That's why there's the ambiguity.
Okay. No, I'm gonna get to some others here. All right, here we go. Do you think Levy can become a grandmaster?
No.
Very true.
Very true. Okay, there you go.
He's just a little bit too old. I think, as I've said a few times, if he were doing this maybe 3-4 years ago, I think he'd probably get to GM. But I think with the rating decline and where he's at, I just don't see it.
Okay. Has streaming made you a better chess player?
Yes.
Lie.
Really? Do you enjoy streaming more than playing?
Yes.
Both. He's not really sure.
Okay. Okay. I gotta go back to this. So you don't think streaming has made you a better chess player, or you were trying to break the machine?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. All right. Okay.
Can you ask him if he's trying to cheat on the test today?
No, there's ambiguity to the questions. That's why.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not trying to do your job or anything.
It's like I'll give you an example. If you ask me, do I enjoy playing classical chess more than streaming? That answer is probably gonna, like, if you ask me that question, it's gonna be yes. So it's like classical chess I probably like more, but I like streaming more than I like online blitz chess, for example. There's like ambiguity.
Yeah,
That's why.
That makes sense.
You know, he tried to dodge the question now, huh?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to dodge the question whether you should ask him if he was going to try to cheat on this test today.
Oh, am I gonna try to cheat? The problem is, and this is why I have such a big audience, is that I don't actually lie about things. So for me, it's very hard to actually lie. So I'm gonna try, but probably fail miserably.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, that's good. That's good for your audience. I'm gonna say, speaking of your audience, do you sometimes feel uncomfortable, or do you feel more pressure to win now that you've become a successful streamer?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. He does feel some pressure. All right. Well, let me ask you this: do you have any regrets about choosing streaming over devoting more time to your playing career?
No, I don't regret streaming. I guess I would say earlier in life, I regret some choices where I could have spent more time on chess, though.
True.
Do you think cheating is being taken seriously in over-the-board chess? Seriously enough?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think the online cheating paranoia is overblown or appropriate?
Tough question. The answer is somewhere in the middle. It's not being taken seriously enough, but there's also too much paranoia.
He's telling the truth.
So let's talk a little bit about that, even though we're moving the pieces. When you say that more could be done, do you have a specific list for chess.com?
A specific list. I mean, I think there should be a way to look at the performances of players who are not, say, up-and-coming kids specifically. And when you see certain players being defeated consistently, like Nepo or myself or Fabiano, I just think over our careers of having played chess, it seems that sometimes it's happening more frequently than it should, is what I would say. And I don't know how you deal with that, but I do believe it's happening more than it should.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Do you ever sing in the shower?
Not anymore, no.
True.
Are you really worth $50 million?
No.
I don't know. He's made a lot of money on stocks. He might be lying.
Lying.
He's lying. Okay. No, all right. Well, are you the best streamer in the world?
Yes.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. I guess I didn't clarify chess streamer.
Exactly.
I should have clarified chess streamer.
Exactly.
Okay. Are you the best chess streamer?
Yes.
Yes, with some ambiguity.
Okay, well, there's a lot of context to that. All right, I'll let you make a few more moves.
Sure.
I kind of need you to get a good position against me, or it's gonna go forever. Okay.
I have this feeling this is not going well. It's making me wonder if I should become a career criminal now.
Okay. All right. Have you ever lied about your age?
Yes.
Yeah, probably true.
Being the Fisher Random World Chess Champion, do you consider yourself the most creative player in the world?
Yes.
He likes it to be yes, but I think he has some doubts.
Okay. All right. Do you ever regret calling Magnus Carlsen Sauron?
Yes.
Yes, that's the truth.
Okay.
I assume it's your move.
I hope so. Okay. All right, here we go. He's advancing on the queen's side. The fans would be disappointed if I didn't on. Passant. Okay. You recently got married. Who cried most on your wedding day?
Neither of us.
What about mom or dad, or which family member?
My wife's dad. He cried the most, I think.
True.
Yeah. Are you a romantic guy?
No.
Are you trying to do something with with your breathing?
Not really, no.
No? Because it looks like every time he's asking a question, you start controlling your breathing, and then after that, you start breathing normal again. So every time.
Because he doesn't know what's coming. Because he's like, all right, what else is next?
I'm kind of impressing myself, apparently.
Did you make up the term juicer just to try to look cool for the kids?
No, I didn't.
True.
Do you ever use slang when you stream to try to look cool?
No.
Lie.
Do you think your peers should be doing more to popularize the game?
Yes.
Also true.
I feel like the top players, they complain a lot about various things that groups don't do. They feel like there should be more money in chess, specifically related to FIDE. But I think at the end of the day, you have to try and be part of that change. You can't just expect things to change without doing anything. So I would like to see more of it, but I think it's hard to tell whether that will happen.
Okay. I'll let you make a few moves here. Oh, GG. Okay. Caro and I are playing Blitz Bullet without a clock. And here he comes. Okay. All right. Have you ever felt burnt out from chess?
Yes.
True.
Have you ever seriously considered switching careers?
Yes, many times.
True also.
True? So what, give me one career you seriously considered, or maybe there was a time when you felt...
Sure. So I went to college when I was 17 or maybe I just turned 18 years old. And I was going to do political science and go into politics and have nothing to do with chess ever again. So that's just one of several times that I seriously considered not playing chess.
What was the reason for that? Was it you were just genuinely young and had other interests, or did like something happen where you were like, I just don't know
I was burnt out. My rating had kind of stagnated in the high 2660s, 2670s ish, and I just wanted to try something different after having only played chess for my whole childhood.
Okay. Have you ever been drunk during a tournament game?
Can you rephrase? Do you mean classical? Can you just rephrase it? Yeah.
Have you ever been drunk during an over-the-board tournament game?
No.
Huge lie.
Yeah? Have you ever been drunk in an online game?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you ever stalked someone on social media?
Yes.
True.
True. Okay, okay, there we go. Do you like all of the top 10 players in the world?
No.
True.
Are you ever gonna replace your broken down Honda Civic with the busted AC for a newer car?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
Yes, true.
All right, all right. Have you ever won a tournament you felt you didn't deserve to win?
Yes.
I would say that is a lie.
Huh. All right. Now we're going. I guess I'm gonna take. Oh no, that's is it touch move?
Smooth work somewhere else. What is that?
Okay. I actually thought your queen was on D1 for a second. No excuses, just results. Okay. Okay, I've jumped around a lot. Have you ever pulled the "you don't know who I am" card?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right. Okay. This is a great one. Do you intentionally show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I dig it. I like it. Okay. Do you think you'll ever be world chess champion?
No.
He's telling the truth.
Do you care?
No.
He's also telling the truth.
Sorry. I told you I'm a bad liar. I told you I'm a bad liar.
Do you think you're the hardest working person in professional chess?
Yes, 100%.
Yes, he's telling the truth.
What defines the grind for you? Yeah.
Well, I think it's the fact that effectively everybody else is probably putting in at least, I would say, 3 to 4 times the amount of work and preparation just studying chess every day. I've said on my stream, I don't study chess every day anymore. So when you combine the fact that I'm able to study in a way smarter with less time and still be very competitive and sometimes even win these tournaments, I think to make a joke, the results speak for themselves.
Seems true.
Yeah, it's unraveling. It's unraveling here. Playing Bullet against Hikaru Nakamura without a clock is just a recipe for disaster. Okay. Have you ever cried after losing a chess game?
No.
No way he's telling the truth on that. Come on.
Not that he can remember, or maybe so far back that he find it.
He blocked it out? I think he tricked you. I feel like, we've all
I told you
cried as
he was
kids.
trying to cheat on the test.
He's trying. He's trying to get away with it. You can tell. All right, okay. Have you ever regretted a big career decision you made?
I'm gonna assume that answer. I'll say yes. I don't know, but I think it's a yes. I'll say yes. Yes.
So he's probably telling the truth, but it's not a, like he's indicating, it's not a big thing for him.
Good. Do you consider yourself a genius?
No.
He's telling the truth.
Good. Do you believe in life after death?
Yes.
Yes, he really does.
Who do you think is the greatest chess player of all time?
Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely true.
Did you deserve an Emmy for your performance on Billions?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't even.
Got to re-ask you ask the question again.
We have to ask it again. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's make a couple chess moves to go with it. It's your turn. I played Rookie A.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
There seems to be a problem with the direction of the track wheel. Go to the console and operate the track wheel.
No problem. You ready?
The three-pronged approach.
Wanna try my massage? You can't escape.
Stand still. Yeah.
Here, catch. Don't drop it. Why don't you have a taste of my blood?
paths are turning to the correct position.
I'm here.
The three-pronged approach.
You don't have what it takes. You sound wide open. Watch your back.
The path is clear. Continue onwards to the final target.
Electric charge. Go now! Time to sharpen my claws!
This little one's gotcha.
Moving up.
Support has arrived.
I've got your six. It's a best! Missy! Don't worry, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Better not get shot.
We'll never back down. Take the chance! You sound wide open!
Go now, my child.
Target strike. Not over.
This little one's
moving up. I wanna help you! You can't escape.
a couple more.
Your command.
Everything lined up.
Focus fire. Stay on. Fracture.
That's not ideal. Okay. Did you deserve an Emmy for your performance on Billions?
Yes.
That's a lie.
So we can't even. I'm sorry, we're not trying to break the test, but that was so good. His stone cold yes was hilarious. Okay. Would you switch careers with Levy now that he has 5 million subscribers on YouTube?
Absolutely not.
True.
Let's make a few. We're not trying to break the test, but that was so good. His stone cold yes was hilarious. Okay. Would you switch careers with Levy now that he has 5 million subscribers on YouTube?
Absolutely not.
True.
Let's make a few more moves. Yeah. Okay. D4 is a problem. And like someone just had a heart attack over there. Go ahead, I'll let you move again. Here he comes. I wish I had counterplay with F4, but I'm gonna lose. Have you ever eaten something off the floor?
Yes.
Probably.
Probably. I mean, who hasn't, right? Come on. Do you think we have a big problem with cheating in Title Tuesday?
No.
So he's answering truthfully, but there's something around that question that makes him react to it. So maybe something that he can explain why he's getting reactions.
What do you think? What's the underlying? What's the further context there?
I think there are definitely suspicious cases, is what I would say. So
yeah.
I don't think it's a major issue on skill, but I've seen certain results in recent times, and I'm becoming more skeptical, I guess you could say.
Seems true.
Have you ever blamed a fart on someone else?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Okay, well, there you go. Have you made more money trading or playing chess?
I've made more money trading.
So his reactions are like, yes, he's answering the truth, but again, he gets a lot of reactions around that. So there may be some.
Is it because you've made more money as a streamer?
So I would
ask that question too.
Perhaps some of those investments are
still paying.
It depends on how they you measure them. I don't know. It's something. There are some reactions in his sweat gland activity, which is like a stress reaction.
Okay.
But he's trying to.
A lot of money on the line.
He's consciously thinking that he's thinking it's true, but there are some inner feelings in him saying that there is some ambiguity to this.
Okay.
Any trading advice for the audience? Basically, buy index funds. That's the only piece of advice I would give. Anything else is not worth it for the average person.
Have you made more money as a streamer or as a player?
I've made more money as a chess player.
True.
Okay. Could you beat Magnus Carlsen at chess boxing?
No.
True.
You laughed at that? Did he answer with something funny?
He felt pretty sure about that.
He felt pretty sure. Okay, got it. Okay. Is your YouTube content too clickbaity?
No.
He thinks no.
Man. Okay, wow. Is Levy's content too clickbaity?
Yes.
Yes, but he don't really mind.
Does a niche Geary drive you crazy on social media?
No.
True.
Okay. Wow. That makes one of us. Okay, this is the problem. I'm not allowed to think. That's right. We're playing bullet here. Okay, I'm gonna go back.
I'll give you your content.
Right. Then we're gonna get a draw, and I'm gonna be okay. All right.
There we go.
I'll take it. All right. Wrong
Good
hand
job.
to shake.
Yeah.
There we go. Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Yes.
Well, he thinks so, but I told you in the beginning that he was cheating.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, but what would be your opinion? You think we got mostly true answers and...
So, again, he was trying to concentrate on some things and doing some breathing issues around the test. So in this type of test, it's not very easy to detect if every single question someone is trying to cheat on.
Yeah.
In a real test where we spend 2.5 hours on one question,
you would get the truth.
Yeah, or we will say that he's trying to cheat.
Yeah, you would either get the truth or you'd be able to tell that he was lying.
Or if he was cheating, it's the same. I mean, someone who wants to go and take a polygraph test to say that I want to show everyone that I'm truthful, they don't cheat. So if you're cheating, well, you have something to hide.
Okay, so you were trying to keep some, or you came to play here. I think we got through all these questions, so I guess, do you personally blame me that the match with Magnus never happened?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, okay. Do you think you would have won that match with Magnus Carlsen?
No.
True, but he's not sure.
So you think you had a chance to win that match?
Probably 60-40 in Magnus's favor.
Do you like the idea of playing Magnus Carlsen live in front of fans?
I love playing Magnus, period.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. Do you think you're the favorite against Magnus at the Speed Chess Championship this year?
No.
It's a lie, but he's not really sure.
That's probably how most fans feel too. 50-50 when these guys play. Well, I don't have any other questions. I feel like we should unstrap him from the medieval machine.
I definitely tricked it though.
That seems like the humane thing to do.
Of course I've cried before a game.
For the draw and for playing along with the fans, and I guess it's my turn.
What's more stressful, the candidates or lie detector test?
Oh, I mean, definitely this. Definitely this.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was pretty nervous throughout. All right, so I guess let's start with the questions. Do you feel like professionals are wasting their time with classical chess?
No.
True.
Do you think kids see you as a cool dude?
No.
Lie.
It's because I desperately want it to be true.
Do you enjoy being famous in the chess world?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Do you Google yourself more than 4 times a month?
No.
That's a lie that has happened.
It's a lie that hasn't happened?
That has happened.
That's probably true. There have been more intense months. But I already said I'm not Googling just my name. It's like, all right, what are people searching for with, like, you know, whatever scandal or something? That's the context. I'm not playing the English. Oh no, the Scandinavian. John Bartholomew.
Do you have a secret online chess account?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Do you have a Lee chess account?
I made one. That's it. I made one, but I don't use it.
True.
Okay. Do you think Levy will become a GM?
No, I don't.
True.
Sorry, Levy.
Have you ever lied about your age?
Yes.
Probably true.
Are you a romantic?
I like to think so. Yes. Am I allowed to answer that way?
Yes, you think so.
Okay. This is not going to go well for me. This is already... We are going to have problems.
Have you ever cried after a chess game?
Yeah. Many times.
True.
It's true.
When was the last time you cried after a game of chess?
It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Can you remember a specific game when you cried? You cried after losing?
Probably more than 10 years ago, but used to have a lot riding on my self-worth from chess when I played. So I can just say I cried a lot.
Have you ever blamed a fart on someone else?
Yes. Ashamed to admit it, but it's true.
Yeah, probably more than once. Too.
Come on, man, you don't gotta do me like that.
Have you ever been drunk during a tournament game?
No.
Define drunk.
Yeah, because what I wanted to say was, I've had drinks before a tournament game, but I've never been drunk. So that was the...
Who is your favorite active player in the world of chess?
Wow. Hikaru Nakamura.
He's truthful about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Are you the hardest working person in chess?
I'm one of them.
Yeah, he might be true.
I mean, that's a politically correct answer. Like, I am one of the hardest working people in chess. That's like undeniable. But am I the hardest working? Probably not.
Do you ever sing in the shower?
Yeah. Yes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah. He can be intimidating.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm intimidated, but he can be intimidating.
Do you think Magnus Carlsen is intimidated by you?
Yes.
Definitely.
Huh?
You struck a very sensitive topic there.
Ah, really? Okay.
It is. It's a complex. It's been a
Most
complex.
sensitive topic we've ever been into today.
Ah, okay.
It's a complicated relationship.
Are you intimidated by me?
Sometimes.
Not so much, but maybe a little bit.
These guys are intense. I mean, Hikaru and Magnus are intense. They're intense competitors. They're both clear about how they feel and what they want. From my perspective, I would say the three of us together have done a lot of really good things for chess, but also been involved in some of the most intense, not just lawsuits. Did you get the deep breath there? But other things. Like, we've been in some intense situations together. And I think that means that there are times when the stresses can run high between us. And I try to keep a good perspective about it, but it's true.
Okay. Have you ever been in a cult?
Yes, I have. I was raised in one.
Yes, true.
That wasn't
intense situations together. And I think that means that there are times when the stresses can run high between us. And I try to keep a good perspective about it, but it's true.
Okay. Have you ever been in a cult?
Yes, I have. I was raised in one.
Yes, true.
That wasn't on here. I just thought of that.
There's a memoir coming.
Okay.
Why not, right? Yeah, let's do it. Wait, are you gonna do that? Are you gonna do that?
Have you ever eaten something off the floor?
Yes.
Probably.
Well, I was gonna give context. Like, not only have I eaten off the floor, I've drinking off the floor, which is
bad.
the worst.
How does that even work?
It's a Zamboni. So the way it works is if there's water on the floor or something, you can slurp it up. Sometimes you spill a drink and it's valuable to you.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Have you ever stalked someone on social media?
No.
That's a lie.
Okay. I want to say define stalking. You know what I mean? It's such a loose term, but okay.
Have you ever regretted a big career decision that you made?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
What was that?
And there's a long list of, I think, mistakes we've made over the, 17 years of chess.com. I regret letting the match get canceled, for what it's worth.
Okay, fair. Have you ever worn the same pair of underwear 2 days in a row?
Yes.
Yes, true.
3 days.
2 days in a row?
Yes.
Yes, true.
3 days.
We're gonna keep raising the stakes. 3 days? I think yes.
Yes, true.
The answer is no to 4. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Do you think a lot of cheating is going on in Title Tuesday?
No.
He's telling the truth, but it's a sensitive question for him.
Makes sense.
But he is truthful about that.
Do you like all the top 10 players in the world?
No.
True.
Do you think you're the most handsome chess commentator?
Do you think I'm the most? No, I'm kidding. Let's see. No.
He's lying.
I knew you were gonna say that. I was testing you. Sorry, that was inappropriate.
Do you think top players are doing enough to popularize chess?
No, they're not.
That's the truth, and he really means that.
What do you think they could be doing to change that?
Man, the list is so long, but I think they can't expect people to care about them if they're not willing to give them something to care about. I know that's a broad statement to make, but I think the chess world is probably one of the most disproportionate ecosystems from what the top players have come to expect and how they've been treated in a world that has been funded by philanthropy versus their actual commercial viability and what they've actually done to invest in themselves. There's an exception of maybe 2 guys, one of them's in the room, maybe 3, maybe that's not totally fair. And I think that some people are coming around, but it's frustrating when the expectations financially for players who really have not taken like any appropriate steps to think about business or those things. It's a very uphill battle to climb at times. So when he said I meant it, it's frustrating to feel like you're fighting for them and being fought every step of the way.
Okay.
That's how it feels.
Do you believe in life after death?
I do.
True.
Well, I guess, I mean, why do you believe that?
It's unlikely that both matter and consciousness could come from nothing at the same time without there being something to that. I actually have taken kind of a very bumpy road to get there, being raised how I was, and then probably at one point being, a full atheist, certainly agnostic, to kind of having, invested a lot in like religious education and some spiritual education. And I'm very much an existentialist. I believe that we exist. And whether this is the Matrix or something else, the fact that you can't fundamentally deny existence, at some point consciousness or matter came from nothing. And then when you ask, well, what's more likely? Like literally something came from nothing, right? Mm-hmm. And when you unpack that, it's very hard for me to believe that there isn't some sort of like evolutionary process to figure that out, which to me means consciousness after physical life.
Okay. It's like very deep.
I'm sorry you asked.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I don't think about it that deeply.
Okay, sorry.
Clearly been doing a lot of
Got a little carried away there. Cut that part of the video.
Yeah, that's fine. This game's gonna be over in a second, I think.
Yeah, Blundered with the bishop on b5. Damn it, Dan.
All right, let's round it up. Let's see. Would you be a better content creator than I am if you made that your career?
I might be.
Yes. I could see that before you answered.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it with Levy some. I think I took a back seat to what I really loved in terms of creating and entertaining, and to do what I thought was the best thing at the time for chess and for the business. And I regret it sometimes. I love seeing everyone's success, but I miss it. And I think I would have been a great streamer or creator.
Do you think you could beat me in a chess boxing match?
Yes.
Yeah, he's very confident.
Oh crap.
Do you think the Botez sisters are better content creators than I am?
No.
True.
Do you think Levy is a better content creator than I am?
No.
Also true.
Okay.
I think you're all different.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I mean, I know that sounds like a.
Is Ludwig your favorite content creator?
No.
He may be telling the truth, but there's something wrong.
I like Ludwig, but we'd also,
Yes. Who is your favorite content creator, chess or otherwise?
Wow. Ryan George, this guy who does these movie pitches. He's hilarious.
Is Ryan George your favorite content creator?
Yes.
Maybe.
I'll give some answers to the maybe, because this is what I wanted to say is too, like, I actually watch very little content.
Yeah.
I feel like the answer I would want to give is I don't really have a favorite content creator.
Okay. That makes sense.
That seems true.
Who is the greatest chess player of all time?
Magnus Carlsen.
True.
If you want to like flash before my eyes, I was like, how's the lie detector machine going to say? I went, Gary Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen.
Would you say that your commentator rating is above 2,700?
Yes.
Yes.
Whether you agree or not, I think it is. You don't think I'm a good commentator?
Oh, you're good. I don't know about 2,700.
Oh, okay.
He reacted to you not showing him that affection about him being a good content creator. So it matters for him whether you do like what he does or not.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
It's true. I care what Hikaru thinks of me and what I do. And I think I do commentary because I like it, making people happy. So yeah, maybe I do take it more personally than I should.
Yeah, I think that's everything. I mean, I don't have any other questions really.
You have to bust me up real quick, finish the job.
Did you move or not?
I did. I took the pawn there.
Okay, let's stick here.
So I'm in trouble. But you have to let the fans see the game end with a 1.5 out of 2 for Hikaru Nakamura. Oh. Like, literally for a second was like, what is he doing? But I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm getting busted. And all right, I resign, sir.
Okay, good game.
Good game, good game. This has been another episode of Lie Detector Chess. Thank you to Hikaru Nakamura. Hope you enjoyed it. Let us know who else you want to see on this. Let us know who else you want to see in the Lie Detector Chess video series that we've got going on. Thanks to Hikaru, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Now, you have just heard the argument for